Well, hello, hi, it is me, Editor Nico. I want to add this afterwards to clarify some stuff. This video that was just supposed to be a side thing I could do in my off time and throw in the channel ended ballooning out way too out of proportion. So, I made the executive decision of dividing this in 4 parts, this being part 1. Yes, you heard that correctly, and yes, you did just check again how long this video is. The other parts will be releasing as I finish recording and putting them together in the upcoming weeks. That is all. I'll leave you to pass Nico as he struggles to make words without a script and say like and 20 times in one sentence. This is gonna be a long one. Hello, and welcome to a completely spontaneous and very out of the blue idea I had, but I just wanted to do because it sounded like something fun. Okay, so I guess to explain a little bit of what's happening here, what I'm doing here, what's this whole deal. I did in the flower theory video I made last, I did mention that I wasn't really planning on making another big overly edited video probably in the foreseeable future because university and all that. I want to start in around 2 months from now. But then I had a small little idea that hey, I have Streamlabs, I had this whole setup that that I can just have, and I can record and all that, I thought that you can occasionally hear notifications in the background. I cannot really mute them. Something I had to deal with. Maybe I can mute them, but I don't know how to do it.
Discord notifications?
No,
what exactly?
WhatsApp notifications.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you're not supposed to talk yet.
Oh, damn it! I'm sorry. Yeah.
Go back to the corner. It's not your turn yet.
Yes, master. Sorry.
Okay, so where was I? Yeah. I thought, with this whole setup I had prepared here, I thought, hey, why not use it to do a no high editing, basically like a podcast style video that I can just record, do some small adjustments, cut some of the empty space in between, and just throw it out there for people to watch. And I thought, what better thing to do so, for a topic for a video like that. Sorry, I think I hit the mic there. For a video like that than a Deltarune shipping tire list, that a very original idea I just had here. That definitely has not been done to that, and I'm just here again to continue milking this cow until I start giving that powder milk. But I actually have a really, surprisingly, I actually do have a way of justifying this. And I have keep WhatsApp open. This is not gonna making sounds. There you go. If you're if the viewer is only following me here on the channel, you might not be aware of this, but I do actually dabble quite a lot in the whole shipping and character shipping, relationships and all that. I know like an avid participant in that side of the fandom. It's just something I enjoy occasionally. It's just I like when two characters are together and it's thinking out their relationship and all that, and it's just something fun to do. No, I don't think too hard about it like other people do. I thought that would be a good topic to make a video, something that would be fun to do. I also thought, it should not be just me alone for I don't know, 5 hours just talking to myself about these things. I thought, why don't I bring along the other person? I tend to talk about Deltarune on a regular basis, and basically, just turn our Discord DMs combos into a video, of us just like talking about these characters for way, way, way too long. Uh so yeah, that's what my plan. And so here I have with me for this video. How should I present you? I have Space Cowboy slash. And I don't know. I think this is kind of a mess. Just do it yourself.
Well, hi everyone. It's been a long while since I have introduced myself, but my name is Sebastian, and if you watch most of the streams in this channel, you might know me as a Space Cowboy because I make often appearances, not recently, but often.
Yeah.
And well, I am Nico's friend, and like he said, we usually talk about this personally. And when he brought up the idea of making another video, when he was doing the flower theory, I was really excited when he offered the position of a co-host in this video. And well, I think it's the first time I have done something like this, but I'm quite excited to see the results here. And I hope you enjoy hearing me yap for like 2 hours about this little game that I really enjoy.
Yeah. I mean, the 2 hours today, because we are gonna have to like split this up throughout multiple days to actually be able to get through all this.
This is like a Herculean task, but there's no better way to spend time until the game finally comes out.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I know people tend to enjoy this kind of like videos. Not just two wackos just like talking for way too long about this little like colorful cast of characters, and that's what we're gonna do today.
If there's any video game that I think that is quite enjoyable to just hear people talk about it for hours and hours, is Deltarune. And mainly because I think many people have different opinions on so many characters, so it's always refreshing to hear different takes.
Yep. Especially knowing that we do tend to like go on for way too into detail about this game and its characters. It's gonna be fun. Like I mentioned in the like small little test we did before then. Before I had to go and had to have removed my wisdom teeth. Teeth. That's really hard to pronounce. But yeah, I had to have my wisdom teeth removed. So we had to like wait for a whole week to actually be able to do this. But, like I mentioned in that like one little like testing, like I feel like we're gonna probably learn a lot about each other along the way, while doing this.
I have an idea that we might share some opinions on these characters, but I am also really sure we're going to be really heated about some opinions we might have. I already am thinking that people are going to crucify me for what I have to say about like one or two of these.
Yeah.
But I'll wait the reaction. I hope it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of had the feeling, that we might have like a kind of like good cop, bad cop kind of thing, because you do mention that you had like some like heated opinions regarding some of these ships, and I had the feeling.
Regarding one specifically,
yeah,
which I think is like top 3 most popular ones, people are going to know immediately which one I'm going to have a controversial opinion about. I'm sure.
Yeah, and on my end, I do feel like I tend to be like a lot more open to these kind of ships. Even the weirdest ones, I do tend to like vouch for them, hear them out. So it's gonna be fun. The banter is gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be very civil, and it's definitely not gonna like devolve into like heated arguments between each other.
Yeah, at least this is not going to be a Twitter discussion. Thank God, we're safe from that in here.
saying that.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so that's what probably like mentioned the tier list, tier list was made by Crazy Kid 101 on Twitter, It's like the one tier list I found that like has I feel like it's the most like complete one I could find, That there's you know there's your usual ones, like the more popular ones, and there's a couple of others that are there's a couple of others that are also like a little bit more like obscure that it's gonna be fun just talking about them, talking about
It has a
these
little bit of
characters.
everything,
Yeah,
and I think I appreciate talking about some of the ships that are not like the top five that everyone talks about, or
yeah,
that everyone has like a similar opinion.
yeah. Like I feel like some that's just gonna like boil down to it's neat, or I don't really have an opinion on them, and I feel like some others are gonna be like that 30 minutes of us talking about them and having to like
I already see like a full row that is going to be like an hour discussion for each
yeah,
and every one of those.
yeah, because like usually usually we like other kinds of these like tier list videos with goals and stuff like that. We do have to like agree on where we plan on putting each character on the list, the list that
Hmm.
I carefully label as the chapter 3 rank system. Anyway, that's why I added this small little here for my little like no opinions thing here that your character is kind of like blocking, but it's no problem.
Hmm.
Uh, basically, to have a separation between like C rank and no opinion. Like C rank will be like we don't like it, we don't really like it, or yeah. C rank will be like it's fine, I guess. B rank, neutral opinion. A rank, where A rank we like. S rank is like really good, and D rank is like top ship. You know,
One through pairing material,
yeah,
OTP.
yeah, the usual
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
yeah. I think this is a very fair way to review this, especially the no opinion, because while I can talk about most of them, there are a few of them which are like fine. Like you cannot really talk more than a few sentences about some, but you'll see. You can see by just looking at how many characters we have.
Yeah. uh, okay, so let me see what else I had in my little like list to mention before that video.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, like I didn't mention to you this until now because I want to like I want to get the reaction to the for the video. No cursing rule. No curse words. Uh,
Okay.
you know, mostly because I don't really have like an issue with like cursing and stuff like that, but I just kind of like have this thing for like I think it's funnier if I end up censoring like curse words like that for my videos.
Hmm.
Of course, with this video, that would mean that I will have to edit it and go through everything to like find the curse words and like censor them and stuff like that, and that would be too much.
Yeah. Yeah. No worries. I try not to talk like a sailor a lot, especially when there's like a guest channel or I'm talking with other people.
Yeah,
So I already had that mindset. I hope nothing slips. I really hope that.
yeah, yeah. And rule number 2 is that we're talking about like sheep and stuff like that. Relationships. Uh, this one I do want to like be more mindful about it. Uh, my channel is mostly PG, so
Hmm.
I would prefer if we keep the conversation mostly like not too explicit about what we talk about on these characters. You know, I
Yeah.
I know
Uh-huh.
I know it's gonna be really hard to do that when we are talking about like spamdom. I know that like it's gonna be really really hard not to like say stuff there, but we have to do the attempt of of not like going too into detail into some stuff. Uh,
Yeah. I think I can do a work. I think I can do a fine job with this. I was trying to think about what should I not say about some ships, but I don't see anything that immediately uh, comes out to my mind. So I think I'm going to be fine. Also,
Yeah,
I'll keep both of those things in mind.
yeah, like I say these rules, but like there's a really high chance I'm gonna be the first one to actually break them. So
Yeah,
we'll see, we'll
so
see.
we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, so I think that's everything I need to mention beforehand. We're only like 40 minutes into the recording. God damn it!
Hmm.
I said it.
Okay, I'll try to not to say that also because I do say damn it a few times, but okay.
No,
Right.
I don't know exactly like I kind of like usually because on topic I usually tend to go with like what Deltarune would consider like a swear word, which is interesting because like the game like lets its characters say like damn and like piss and
Ass.
stuff like that. Yeah, like those are really, it doesn't really consider those swear words, I suppose. Uh,
Nothing that cannot be shown in TV. Got it.
yeah. We can't say, yeah, the sense that, what was it? Like, oh yeah, the sponsors are gonna kill me.
The phones are gonna kill us. Yeah.
Not like
I have a sniper in our positions right now.
not like I like get at like when you're from this, but whatever. Uh, okay, let's start with it. Not like dilly dally and stuff like that. Let's start with the ship list, which first we
Okay.
have one ship I surprisingly have a lot more to talk about, as I, was thinking about it over like, the days. Uh 25 Shadow Guys, which if I'm not wrong is supposed to like, be reference to like how many Shadow Guys you need to like be able to recruit
To
them.
spare them.
Yeah.
Yeah. To recruit them. Yeah.
Yeah, and like, this one's interesting because like, they're Shadow Guys, they're like they're quite literally like Deltarune's version of like extras, basically, like whenever you like need a character to like fill in the role, like you usually see like the Shadow Guys doing that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow Guys can be, they literally can be anything and anyone you want it to be. It usually like the only like main thing that goes with them is that they mostly just want to like have fun, have party, do music and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And, in my opinion of that is that without that thing of them wanted to like just be there to have a fun time. It's sometimes two Shadow Guys want to kiss. I will say I approve of that.
I want to. I want to be starting controversial by saying that this might be the first rank S of the video because when I saw the
Wow,
tier list and I saw that it was the
wow.
first option, I was like, yes, yes. I never thought about this, but yeah. I see the vision. I approve the vision. Toby will approve too, probably. But like going a bit more serious, something really cool about the game and how Toby writes some characters is that he's really nonchalant about so much stuff. Like he casually just says, "Yeah, polycules are cool. I don't mind them." And I think you're going to see that. Well, I personally don't mind a lot of this because, as you can see in the tier list, a lot of these are polycules. So
Yeah.
I think 25 Shadow Guys sounds like a cool idea. Like, yeah, I approve this.
Wait,
I
so
want to see it.
wait, so
It,
you
it,
so,
it, it could happen.
so you went from like saying like this is Siran to like this is actually kind of cool.
Yeah, like it never crossed my mind, but when I read the three words immediately, it was like, yeah, I'm sold. Please give me more, make it canon. I don't care anymore.
Yeah, it's like like I said, like it's not the thing. It's Shadow Guys. You can literally like insert any kind of personality you want into them. It can be anything you want it to be. You know.
It it's one of the more malleable characters of the game,
Yeah.
precisely because of that. Oh, sorry.
Okay. So like where should we put them? Because like it's a cool idea and stuff like that. But like I also like I don't like crazy about it. It's just like you know it's Shadow Guys. It's Shadow Guys.
I think A might be good enough because I like it, but it's not like rarely rank S. And I
Yeah,
definitely not natural because, like I said, I got an immediate positive reaction. So I don't know. It's a good concept, but I doubt we're going to see it happen in
yeah,
the game. But it's out there, but not impossible.
yeah. Yeah, it's it depends on how much imagination you have about what what you think to do with the shadow guys. It just it really depends on what you can come up with.
Of course, of course.
Yeah.
Well, first one down, like 200 more.
Well, I feel like this next one, it was like feel like more like just like a kind of funny one. I feel like this next one is gonna be like more interesting, I will say.
Yeah.
So the next one we have here is Addison Polycule, which is the blue, pink, yellow, orange Addisons and Spantum.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. So this gonna be something interesting that I'm going to say right after like talking about the shadow guys. Is like like I like the Addisons. I think they're like they're a fun like character. Like a fun like a fun concept for a I like the whole vibe and stuff like that. And of course I do quite like Spantum.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really feel anything in particular about like the Addisons as like individual characters.
Yeah, because like going a little bit ahead of the schedule, I saw some ships for them individually, and I'm going to be completely honest. I am a truck freak from this game, but I cannot distinguish each of them like by personality or something. Like
Yeah.
you're telling me that the pink one and the yellow one pair, but not the other. Like it's oh my god! I just said pink and yellow by complete coincidence. I swear to God, I
Oh,
didn't.
oh,
I, oh no, no! I just realized. Sorry, sorry.
oh no, it's
Uh,
coming.
it's
Uh,
coming through. But okay, maybe
yeah, like,
someone else who just replayed chapter 2 can tell me what's the difference between them, but I don't
yeah,
see it about it. But
yeah,
I'm not saying I don't like the characters. I just don't really think about them individually. It's more like a group.
yeah,
And well, here's a ship of them in a group.
like it's like I mentioned, like it's like kind of like the shadow guys. I think of them more like what them as like a whole, as a group, like you said, more than just like the individual characters. And like
Yeah. Uh huh.
and like they do have like an interesting like relationship to like Spanton, like ex friends, ex work colleagues and stuff like that. Like like that Spanton thought they were friends while they like just kind of like thought Spanton like just was like weird, like, oh yeah, sure, Spanton, you can come along to like the cyber grill and stuff like that. Sure, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but they didn't really care about him.
Which is why it's interesting that there is a version with Spamton, but as far as I can tell, there is a version. No, there's no version without him in the tier list, which I think it does affect a little bit my ranking because I don't really see Spamton after the whatever happened to him, the incident. I don't see him meshing well with them
Yeah,
as a
like
couple, well, trouble, more correctly.
quintuple.
So I am not sure about this one. Like I said, I don't hate it. I like the Addisons together, but like I am not too hot about
Yeah, like yeah,
this ship.
they're fun. They're a fun like cutter gimmick concept, but like
Hmm.
I don't really like care much about it individually, and I don't really like you know I like the relationship they have with Spanton and stuff like that, but like not really as romantical. Like I don't really like think too much about it. Like you mentioned, it was just the Addisons without Spanton. I could like maybe like see something there, but like seeing that it's like including him there, I don't really like have much like
I
big thoughts
completely
about it.
agree. I completely agree, and I don't know if it's because I have stronger feelings for another or other relationships with Spanton, but I think that that's going to like seep in inevitably, despite how much I try to be objective. But that's also going to happen with a lot of characters. People are going to notice immediately. So, yeah, I'm not too hot about this one, but I don't hate it exactly. If you ask me,
Yeah, like I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Not really. I don't particularly care about it, but like it's not like I don't like want to put in like no opinion. I think like maybe like
a
B
B,
tier might be the best,
yeah,
middle of the road.
yeah. So that people start getting an idea of what we mean with B, with C. Like, yeah, uh, I think it's fine.
Yeah,
I'm sure people like it,
yeah,
and I have nothing against people liking almost any ship. So just clarifying that.
yeah. It's fine. I can definitely think that there's probably like a lot of like good like fun art or like all the islands and Phantom together that probably like could convince me otherwise. But
I am sure. I am sure the Chapter 2 era was full of that.
yeah,
I'm really sure of that fact.
yeah. But I haven't seen it, so that can really like alter my opinion on that. So let's go
Mhm.
with the next one, which is an interesting one. Alf, what do you pronounce that? Alfiel,
I'll feel.
Alfiel. Alfie's extorial.
Yeah, we have the misfortune of Asgore and Toriel naming their child Asriel, and this complicates a lot of names for me. So Alphys and Toriel, leave it
Yeah.
like that, because it's going to be confusing eventually.
Okay,
Um,
so
mhm.
I feel like I usually go first. Like, do you have like anything you want to say about it first?
If if I have something to say, I think I'm going to ask, but usually I think you should go first so that it can flow better.
Yeah, yeah. So like I know that like like there's whole thing about how like Alfie's talking about like Undertale that doesn't really like affect here, but still like relevant. Like I know that something about how like Alphys finds like both Asgore and Tori like very very attractive, bisexual queen and all that.
Hmm.
I know that, and in the time they do have like an actually like a more proper like relationship and stuff like that. Like Toriel is always like like checking up on her on how she's doing. That she's doing fine in her job. With all her like constant anxiety and worries and all that. And
Hmm.
we can see like that Alphys does like since does look like she appreciate it. I know. I will imagine that probably like just like in Undertale, she does probably like still have like it does probably still will find Tori attractive. Mm.
Which it's interesting because a lot of these relationships are based a lot on Undertale, and that's something that it's hard to separate. But I think the game wants you to think about Undertale constantly, and in this case, I think that's interesting that that's not really the strong point because they didn't know each other
Yeah,
existed
like
in Undertale until the last 5 minutes of the game.
yeah, like
So
like
mhm.
that's the irony here that here they do. Here they do actually have like a relationship. You do actually see them interact with them. You actually see like that that they're friends. That that they that Toriel cares for Alfie. And
and that
all that I
and that
said.
Office cares about Chris too.
Yeah,
Like she's worried about her friend's child.
yeah, like we do see in like chapter 4 that in chapter 4 we learn that like Alfie is just like recently moving to hometown and that she's very nervous about everything. It's nice. It's nice that she does like at least can like have like other people like having her back and all that. And,
Hmm.
right now like thinking about it, I don't you know it's not like it's not like my like go to ship and all that, but like I could see them making like a nice pairing. With
I also completely agree because it's not my go-to Office ship. I think it's a little bit on the lower scale compared to the immediate two, for example, that we have here. But it's good. I don't think it's like an S tier, but it's good also in my opinion.
yeah,
It
like
has a strong basis, which is something that many of the ones in the list lack.
Yeah,
and
like
I can see it working actually. Like
yeah.
not maybe in a canon situation, but in a hypothetical scenario, yes, I can see them work.
I mean, everything about shipping is always thinking hypothetical. So
Oh yeah, most of the time, yes, is including hypotheticals. Actually, yes.
yeah, thinking about hypothetical, I have to think like Toriel, you know, Toriel could be could be a good for Alfie, could help her a lot, get over her anxieties and all that.
Which is an interesting point that you bring up because I think the next one has like the inverse situation. We'll wait in a minute.
Yeah, we'll get to
So,
that one. uh,
so
so
what are you thinking?
I don't particularly know. Hmm. But I do like it more than like I don't care about it more than I do like for the Arizons and like the Shadow guys. Will I put it in like A tier? Hmm.
I think so. I just yeah, I think so. Like just talking about this one, maybe an A tier is really good.
Yeah, like I mentioned, like they could make a good couple, Because they just I think it would be neat.
I'm sure somebody was waiting for Toriel and Elfis to interact more since Undertale release, and I hope that person is happy because I think so far it's a good pairing.
Yeah, like the small little like nervous like geeky nerd that like like very like like but always
Hmm.
worries. So then like the
Always nervous, yes.
I like the more like caring, like more composed, more softer, more on the softer on the softer side. And like I could see it work. I could see it work. It's it's cooking something there.
Yeah, and I think that's also going to be true for a lot of the characters. Like if you think about like many different personalities, they contrast and in turn they complement each other. I think this is a scenario where I think they complement each other really well.
Yeah. Okay, and so the next one we have here is something similar, but like a different like taste presentation. We have Alfor, which is Alphys X Asgore. You know, in the same vein as like Toriel X Alphys, like we do have like it is very much like I don't know like directly like mentioned, but like it is extremely very implied back in in Undertale that Alphys had like a crush in like Asgore, and that was that metaton like assumed that was like the whole reason why she wanted to like create him and all that was to impress him, and
Hmm.
she does not deny it. She does like blush at that. So there's that. And
Hmm.
I'm talking about that, which is like the thing we're doing here. Like it not. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about it, but like it just like flashed back into my mind. Like we do have like some interesting stuff regarding like how Alphys views Asgore. Uh, like in chapter one, like she mentioned that Asgore is like very like similar. I didn't think about it. It's very similar tutorial that Asgore has like very like uh attentive with her. It's like always checking on her on how she's doing. Asking how Chris is doing, and asking how she is doing, and
Yeah, like you don't think a lot about it at first, but when it dawns upon you, they really care about each other in a weird way. Like they're friends, but they are closer than when you first view them, and they have a quite an interesting dynamic where I think that maybe they are not both in a good state enough to like help a lot with their own with each other's problems, but I do think that they still help themselves, and it's really sweet what kind of friendship they have because we don't see a lot about adult friendships in the cast. We know with how much it's focused on the teens. So
Yeah.
it's a really nice pairing. Like I didn't think about it a lot, but now that I had time to ponder upon it, it's a really good pairing that sadly has to interfere with how many issues they both have personally with
Uh,
their own lives.
yeah. Like, yeah. Like, I would like. I don't know. Like, it does feel like Alphys and Toriel are friends. It doesn't feel. I'm not sure. Like, it feels like Asgore and like Alphys are like friends, but like it does sound like they are like acquaintances. Like they know each other. Like they
Uh-huh.
know each other. Like they talk. And like Alfred mentioned, like Asgore, like doesn't just like comes to her to like ask about Chris. Like he does like you know also ask for her how she's doing and all that. Not which is very natural coming from Asgore.
Hmm.
And like we don't really have like much from like we both like hear what Alfred thinks about Asgore. We don't really like hear much about you know what Asgore does think about Alfred, but like it does sound like they're like in good terms. Like Alfred lends Asgore her like superhero comics. I think it was. Oh yeah, and also like that whole like thing with like the symptoms. What's it?
The symptoms. Yeah, the symptoms.
The symptom tapes. Yeah, the whole. I don't remember how many seasons she mentioned that it was, but like like I thought I said that they weren't really like friends, but it does sound like I mean you have to be
Yeah,
something to do something to
they're
like
clo-
to
they're close enough to like rate stuff and like
yeah
ask themselves about like personal issues, and I think that it's a really cool dynamic that they have
yeah
that sadly cannot be explored a lot in neither of the games. Well, mostly because in Undertale, like Asgore is a friend of everyone, so it's more natural to see him friendly with Alphys outside of work. But in here, it's sad because you want to see more of this, and it's just hidden away with a few lines. But I think those few lines are really, really cool and really
yeah
great.
that really sweet. And as the guy that made like a whole video talking about Asgore, I'm very much aware of like how sad it is that he doesn't really have like anyone to like you know to talk or so like that. He doesn't really like have like other friends. He feel like very alienated from hometown. So it just it's nice knowing that even if it's just because she's Chris' teacher, it's nice that at least Asgore can like talk to her to Alphys, and like she doesn't like which now thinking about it, that she probably doesn't like think too much so about it because she's not from hometown, so she doesn't know the whole deal with Asgore and stuff like that. But
This is a really interesting pairing because I think like saying it casually, like I don't mean it as in a harsh way, but they're kind of both of them are losers, so they kind of relate each other in that way.
yeah,
Like they're both outcasts. They're both like not really care about from on in the general public except for like a few people. So like
yeah,
it's natural that they bonded in a way about how much of outcasts they are in town.
yeah. Losers have to stick together.
Precisely.
I think that was a quote from the old house now that I remember. Uh, but yeah, like I mentioned, what was I gonna say too? Oh yeah, when I was getting with this whole like talking about the superhero comics and stuff like that, that she mentioned that Asgore reminds her of like a superhero, which uh in quote because this was uh, burned into my mind. She says that he's big and strong and could kick her ass.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't you remember? Didn't you remember that one? Like,
I'm gonna be honest, and this is like for the rest of the video. I was supposed to make a whole replay of the whole game, but I didn't have time. So a lot of details are like I probably don't remember it, but when you bring it up, they make sense immediately.
uh,
So
it's a it's all good. I
it's
have
maybe
a
in a finer, it's maybe on the finer details from like the first chapters because I have a more recent memory of the three
yeah.
and four chapters.
Well, and that's why I'm here. I have an obsessive encyclopedic knowledge about a bunch of stuff about this game. Uh, It's an
And I
issue.
kind of feel bad because maybe at one point I had every single line of dialogue memorized, and I am a little bit washed. But I'm sure that next Deltarune Summer is going to fix that
But
really well and really soon.
but yeah, yeah, she's big. He's big and strong and could kick her ass. But also like it does sound like, but also like they it sound like you don't really like think about it too much. But like when you actually like start thinking way more about like about Asgore and Alphys, their situation in hometown and that what it means for them to like be friends and be close to each other. You actually
Mhm.
start thinking, hey, I could actually see something here.
This is like how basically every ship that's not the main focus of the fandom or even the game works. When you start like connecting the dots about what each character has with each other, and you end up liking them or maybe hating them, but most of the time liking them.
Yeah,
That's why when I started writing a few notes about these two, I ended up with putting them, I think, in A, maybe, because, like I said, I do like it. I just think that they are kind of, well, messy people that need to solve some problems first before they get into a relationship. But other than that, I'm really cool with it. I think, being fair, like, I like it as much as the last one with
yeah,
Toriel,
yeah,
I
and like
think.
in my using the powers of my artist brain to like picture like an image of them together as a couple. I don't think that they could make like a cute couple.
Yeah.
You know, I could see like I definitely mind that there's probably like a lot of like really nice fun of them together. Then just like like hanging out, like Alfie's trying to like talk to Asgore about like her interest in like Mew Mew and anime and all that, and Asgore just really like very very confused about it, but like still just like wanting to
Still
listen
listening.
because yeah,
Yeah.
just listening because he's still like he's just happy that of having like someone like to to hang out with. Mm.
So I
So
think we agree on A tier. So far, we have been agreeing a lot.
yeah, now here's the difficult question. Uh which one above which? Alfiel or Alfor?
I personally think Alfor, because I think we have a lot more to analyze. But like, I also recognize that what is holding me back, aside from my bias, is that they're not at their best time. But I think I see them working a bit more if they were at their best. Like, without the whole lost girl hunting them over the town.
Yeah,
So maybe I personally say better than Alfil,
yeah,
at least
yeah.
for right now.
I will agree with that. Like both ships have like like their like the attractive to it to each, but like I don't feel like Alford does kind of have like a little bit more like extra sauce to it, to it.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, I'll feel like it's cute, it's nice, like the characters like are could make like a good couple, but like you know, I mean, it was we just saw that we have way more to talk about Alford than we did with Alfield, you know.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think it's a good like placement for now. I feel like we are eventually gonna like shift around a bunch of this stuff as we go along.
Okay. So far,
Uh,
so good.
so now here comes the big
The big
one.
one. I want to tell
Alfine.
people. I want to tell people that it was really hard for me to talk about the last two without my bias seeping in. I think I did a decent job, but now it's time to like ramble about how much I love this pairing.
Yeah, I have some thoughts about this pairing actually. So I think for this one, maybe you should go first, and then I should chime in with my thoughts about it afterwards.
Well, I think it's a bit unfair uh, for other ships in here, because this one is one of the most. Well, it's one of the ships that takes the most from Undertale to make it work in Deltarune. But in all fairness, the game treats it like this. The game wants you to think about the relationship in Undertale and how much it's like becoming to it, like almost like the world is forcing itself to become like Undertale little by little. So
Destined,
maybe it's huh?
destined to be together in all realities.
Yeah, like that's a really neat aspect. Like maybe I wouldn't have been too on board with it back in like chapter 1 or chapter 2, but now that I am starting to see the bigger picture, I am liking how it's like they are meant for each other in no matter what universe they are. And we're taking that into account because I am sure Toby wants me to think like that. Oh my god, I love this relationship. I think this is one of the surprises that really stuck with me back in Undertale. And again, it's going to surprise me a lot in here, and I hope that it's nothing wrong happens with these two because I'm going to be really sad if they cannot see each other anymore. But it's a really iconic relationship of Undertale as a whole, and how much it casually treats like LGBT relationships. And I like how they're currently handling it
Yeah,
because in Undertale you already see them as good friends. Like they are already clearly interested in each other, even if they don't know that yet. And in here they are almost strangers, but you can see how they quickly click with one another.
yeah,
And it's a really beautiful thing to see that the sentiment is still mutual between the two. And I also mentioned that many of these relationships work for me because they're like complementing each other, and this is like the biggest compliment you can get for each other. Like the big, strong butch woman, which is a aggressive but really passionate, and with a smaller and shyer but clever girl. It's a pairing that works, and you're going to see it again in the in the ranking also. So it's a really good ship, and I am not afraid to say that it's mostly because he's carrying from Undertale, but there's a reason why it worked back then, and there's a reason why it's still working right now, even if one of them is likely going to be suffering at the hands
yeah.
of the Roaring Knight for a
Uh,
weekend.
Spirited Away.
Spirited
Police
away,
sacrifice next week.
whatever
I
that means.
Well, that means that no one has like I mentioned that one in the video in the flower theory video that no one has made a video talking about it. Why? That feels like so important.
Yeah, you're right. That's like one of the biggest talking points I could see from the chapter, and nope, not gonna talk about that. Okay, I guess
Yeah,
it's all right.
that's the only of the few things we know that the knight might be working towards. That that is not just trying to open fountains to like cause the roaring. Like it's trying to do something that involves sacrificing Onda in the process. And
Yeah,
why Onda? Why Onda in
why
particular?
the police?
Why
Uh-huh.
police? Is it just a casualty that Ondan was there? Is it in some way related to the fact that in Undertale Ondan was this weird like determination anomaly that could like return in this like super super power like second form in the no mercy route?
What a coincidence that they pick the one of the like five main characters of the last game. Yeah,
Yeah,
really subtle right there. Really
and
subtle.
another like I mentioned, like they pick the one that has some weird thing going on with like their determination and all that. Knowing that determination is so connected to the whole like fountain fountain stuff. But like that's lore. Like that's lore. Like we are talking about shipping. Yeah, yeah,
Well,
like
like going back into the shipping, like bouncing back from it. That's quality of Fondaine that like really makes her shine. Like how much she's the hero of the underground. Like she's a I'm going to say that I think we love this word badass. She's a badass, and
yeah,
uh, in here she's also kind of a badass, even if she's a cop. Like she's someone that
yeah,
people admire,
yeah. Like
and
she
huh?
she got into the dark world with like no knowledge about it whatsoever, and she immediately knew how to like how to like create her spears and like how to like use them to like attack the knight. Like she had no idea what was going on. She was just like a weird thing attacking the kids. Go 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 go.
Yeah, like it's very hard to not love this character.
Yeah,
It really sticks out with you, and you can see why everyone else loves her, like outside the game and in the game world. and that's a quality that I really like. That it's easy to like her, so it's really uh, obvious to you why Alphys would like someone like her, and in turn, Ondine likes someone like Alphys. It's a really beautiful relationship because you might not expect it at first, but no, their relationship is really genuine, and it's
Yeah,
a really nice pairing. The both of them make,
yeah.
because maybe in Undertale it takes you a minute to see it when
Ah,
you're introduced to them separately, but as the game progresses, you can start to see where they're going. And back in here, there they are, and they are pretty much the same, and it works a lot. I'm glad that they didn't really change a lot of their personalities because I enjoy seeing them. I enjoy seeing every character, and it's nice to have them again.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, like I want to mention that like you said, like trying to like judge this ship and like what it is in Deltarune because if we are thinking about like Undertale, like yeah, no kidding, like this will be immediately T-rank,
Hmm.
their relationship is so good, how they help each other, how they how Online like helps Alfie like feel better about herself, that Online gives Alfie like a reason to like want to be better and to be honest and stuff like that. And, it's like it's really sweet, and like thinking thinking just about Deltarune, like it's also like really like interesting, when you start thinking about it, like divorce from like all that makes it great in Undertale. It also like really good in Deltarune too, like from what Alvin mentioned, uh chapter 4 during like church, he just mentioned that like uh like they have this whole thing on like Alfie's accidentally like crash. I don't know if it was like she crashed into Ondine or like she just crashed her bike, but like they had like
Hmm.
they didn't know each other, but up until that moment, and they're like Ondine, like being like naturally, like she's like despite like her really rough exterior, like just like in Donatello, she's like a really like protective, like a really like caring kind of person. She's always like go willing to like help someone in need, and you know they had like a small
She has her way of showing affection, even if you don't see it immediately too.
yeah, like they had that that small moment of like uh of her checking up of on the checking up on the office, and like like that small moment where like she like tells you to like go deliver the box of heart shaped chocolates to Alphys, and like she does mention there that hey, they didn't have it anymore. Like she's like, hey, don't be getting weird ideas, okay? Not yet.
Hmm.
Like it's really sweet, that you know how much like online like it's similar to like Asgore and Tori, like she does like she sees that like Alphys is like very out of her element in like hometown, without like any like what's up, uh, like without like she doesn't really like have like friends in hometown, or like known ones, I thought it makes you wonder why she moved here in the first place. uh but yeah, like she doesn't have like she doesn't know anyone, and like she's too awkward and nervous to like actually like talk to people. I'm gonna be pissed. They keep texting me. Ask me a way to like mute this, but I don't know.
Thank God nobody talks to me, especially at these hours.
Yeah, it's like because I have they have like a group work chat on WhatsApp, so like they just are like it's always like bombarding with like notifications.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's like because Friday and stuff like that. Uh, but yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, like it's just like really, it's like, I like, as you continue, like I think Alfie also mentioned in chapter 4 that like online they like actually like, like want to like talk to her more and so like that. Like I think like I don't remember well, but I think she does mention that like she wanted them to like hang out or something like that. But like she did give Alfie her numbers and stuff like that. But then the thing with like the night and all that happened and like and I I remember feeling really really sad because like when she's telling you about this, Alfie started like going like, oh well, I guess maybe she doesn't really like maybe she just did that out of courtesy. Maybe she didn't really like me that much. It's fine, I guess. I like that's that's so sad.
I wonder how Chris feels like, because I think it's justified that if I had to live in a town full of so many weirdos, I will start to like getting at least a little bit irritated by them. But I wonder when they heard about Alfie saying that, and they were like, "Oh no, I'm starting to feel really bad about what I am doing this."
Yeah, like it's really really important. Like like you see it there, like you see like they don't know each other at the start of the game, but like as like things go along, like you start like hearing like snippets of like how they are like getting to know each other once again, and like like know each other, and uh how uh how they're once again like gravitating towards each other, like trying to get to know each other, just like in Undertale, like Undyne is trying to like like make Alphys feel better about themselves, feel more at home in hometown. And it's just really nice, it's just really sweet, and like it's really really unfortunate that like that they had to like get caught up in like this whole like what's happening in like with the bunker and all that.
If you only take into consideration what happens inside of Deltarune, I still think that their relationship, it's really subtle, but also really well. Like if you were playing this game without any prior knowledge about them or Undertale, you will still end up feeling like really bad about how it went, and you will still be rooting about their relationship coming through the apocalypse, and that really says a lot about their dynamic and how well it works no matter what.
Yeah, like I don't think the game does like make it work with like the limited amount of like screen time they have, like it gives you like that small little like seeds on like you know like I'm sure how they you know they progress through getting to know each other, and like and like becoming like closer, and it's just like it's sweet, and it's really sweet, but also like really really sad. That's probably like that you probably won't want to actually like see much development of that from because of what's happening. Like not naturally. Just like just like with the introduction of the night. Having it be more connected to like what's up, what to hometown itself, and not just what happened in the dark world. Just start like feeling sad that that these people that have nothing to do with what's happening, that they are also like getting involved into it, without actually knowing.
Hmm.
I cannot clean my glasses for some
It's
reason.
it speaks for itself. Like why we're talking so much about this one. This is one of the ones that I really adore. I think it's normal for people to like really love it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like
Like even
if I
even,
ent
even without
huh?
without like even without like all the stuff about all of the heavy lifting Undertale is doing for it. It's still like it is a nice sim. We're talking about like vibes and aesthetic and all that. It's like it's all fine. It's you can never really go wrong with all fine.
It's an icon for a very nice reason.
Yeah.
Now my struggle only relies do I give in to my bias and give it a rank D, or do I leave it at a rifle S tier because it's one of the more background ships of the game without taking into account the other one? This is the part I'm starting to getting divided.
Yeah, like I mentioned at the start, like you know, if it was like thinking about like Undertale, I would also put it in theorem. But like if it is just like thinking Deltarune, like I do like it and like it's cute and all that, but they are like side characters. They aren't really focused too much, and you don't really like you don't get to see as much of them. Uh, you know, from whenever you go around on hometown, and the sad thing is that you probably won't get more of this ship in the future because of what happened with Odin and all that. It's still a really nice ship, a really cute ship. Even without what that makes alpha and good from Undertale, but it's still not like you know I'm not as crazy about it here in this game as I was in Undertale.
Yeah, like if I'm being completely fair, I am also not that crazy. There are a few ships that are like really great for me. So like in that comparison, I think an S tier, no, rank S is very fair for this one.
Yeah,
But I want to clarify, like maybe if I was talking about this with a different perspective, it would be a T rank. But for now, I think S is really good.
yeah. For now, we'll see in the future.
But it's really funny that you mentioned that we don't really have a lot of interactions with them enough to justify maybe a T. But it's really funny because there's one ship that has actually nothing in the game, but that I am quite passionate about it. People are probably guessing already what I'm talking about. But
Yeah,
if I am this heated for a ship that has like 5 interactions in the game, you are not ready for that one. The the actual big one, in my opinion. We'll
yeah,
get there. We'll get there in like 3 days, probably.
yeah. I mean, there's a difference between a canon ship that doesn't really have much, but you still think it's good, and a non-canon ship you are that you are very normal about it on the regular.
I am very normal about it. Let me tell you already.
A B C. Okay, I think I did like I want to like shift the letter around because I don't think like S run, A run, B run, and stuff like that doesn't like roll better off the tongue.
Yeah,
Sorry.
precisely. I was going to say just that.
Yeah. Oh, it's already here. Okay. We have an
I like
interesting.
I,
We
I
have
like how we have a lot of heavy hitters in the beginning, and you end with like the most whatever ships in the list by how it's organized.
yeah. Oh man, we have a fun one here just
We
now.
have we have we have a strong one in here too.
Uh Asgore X Carol Holiday. Hmm. Okay, so let me think about it because I don't usually think about this shit too much. Uh, I mean, did you like cooking? Oh god, I don't think to say that. Uh,
I I don't think about
hmm.
it a lot, but I have had a lot of time to think about it since Chapter 4 release.
I don't know. I feel like I need to think about it. It's like it's such a weird, interesting ship. It's like Asgore, who's like so devoted to like Torian and all that. Like you do have like other like people that like he does tend to like really like he has like a more proper like relationship with them, like with Alfie or like Rudy, and you have then Carol, because uh since she's well, number one, she's married. Number two, like she does it like whatever relationship they have, it seems to be more like just like I, it's, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it because I don't know what's
I,
going
I,
on between them.
I want to say co-workers, but the reason why I have thought about this a lot it's because the holidays and the dreamers have a really interesting relationship. They have like a net that connects them in very different ways, and that's why when you see these two together, you don't think a lot about it immediately, but they are like close friends. They have been close friends
I
for.
mean, yeah, but like that's the thing, like this, like this big connection between the two families. Usually, think of like Asgore and Rudy. It doesn't like Carol and Toriel do know each other like Toriel and Rudy and all of those. You don't usually think about what's the relationship, like the actual relationship, not just like the work thing that they have going on. Like what's the actual connection that Asgore and Carol share, and usually don't think about it because like the game doesn't elaborate on that. Like we don't know what they think about each other. Mm.
And it's a long relationship because it's at least like 2 decades long, considering Asriel is in college.
Yeah, I mean they mentioned that
And
they are kind of like, I think they kind of imply that they all like met in like, I think college was.
it was college because they
Yeah.
were the four of them were at parties, if I remember correctly.
Hmm. It's like like I never really had to like think about this shit before too much. Like I knew like people did shit and like did people did shit, but like I never really thought about it. Like this like can really heavily depend on like what the actual relationship between these two. Like if it's just purely like a work thing, or like maybe they have like a more like personal understanding between each other because like with Asgard's whole like involvement, interest with what happened with this, and uh Taro's like own personal like own personal like everyone seems to have like move on from what happened with this and accept it just as it is,
Hmm.
besides these two apparently.
And they are also having a really interesting moment in their lives as the game is developing. Like they have it rough right now. Like her her daughter is gone, her husband is about to kick the bucket, Asgore is having the worst divorce of all time. They are in a very vulnerable state right now, and like we obviously haven't seen a lot about Carol. She's obviously called like a drywall, but I want to assume that it's not without emotions. Like she doesn't have. It's not like she doesn't have emotions for like her dying husband or something. So I want to believe that they are in a
I mean, we
vulnerable
don't
state, and
know.
that brings them closer. Huh?
We don't know if she doesn't have like she doesn't mention what she thinks about what's happening with Rudy, but like that doesn't mean that she doesn't care what's happening with him. Like it,
Yeah,
it
obviously.
like it does feel like Carol is probably like the kind of person that to like keep all of this like bottle up inside, like very very deep.
She's probably using her job and her whole connection to the conspiracy to like not think too hard about the fact that her husband is about to die.
Yeah, and like I did have like this picture in my head, like this kind of like I don't know if you know about it. Like, had you like read like this Summer of Growth Spurt, like that one like Undertale comic where like Asriel is like a teenager that got resurrected?
I think so. It's a concept that I see from time to time, so I probably have seen it, but I don't know if it's the one that you're talking about.
Yeah, like there was like this one comic where it was like Toriel like arriving at like Asgor's home like at late at night, like she was like really in a really rough state, and she just needed someone to talk to, and the only one she could think about was Asgore. And I was thinking for a while that of like something similar, but like replace Toriel with like Carol. Because like
Hmm.
I could see this thing where it's like Carol feels like she's like she doesn't have anyone she can talk to about what's happening with everything that's like going down, and like that she feels like she's alone in this in in her still like her whole like pursuit of like figuring out what happened with this, and having to cope with the fact that you know her husband is like in a really bad like health state, and I could perfectly see that she would like without no one else to reach out, that she could perfectly just like go to Asgard, someone she probably doesn't have like a big like a very strong relationship with just to just basically Ben basically.
If somebody understands what they're going through right now, it's each other, and that's what I think that makes this pairing quite special.
Yeah,
Like
like
maybe
if
maybe it's really dependent on how the game is progressing right now, the exact moment we're seeing their lives. But taking that into account, I like it a lot more. I think it's one that has more interesting development potential than some of the others in here. And I'm sure somebody must have done some good fan fiction on this already, because I see a lot of potential about this idea precisely.
yeah, you think about you think about them outside just work colleagues, like they do have a lot of in common when in the struggles that they're facing, like both of them like very strongly associated with the death case, and both likely are the only ones that still can't just let go of it. That was like kind of like the image in my head that that the reason why they started working together it's because they're the only ones that still can't sit with the fact that that it's just what it is. That this is just disappeared out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
That they can, that that there should some that they can't just let it be like that. That they had to figure out what happened, and like they have that in common, and that's what like Rudy is very special to both of them. Like obviously like Rudy is Carol's husband, and Rudy's Asgard's best friend. So if anyone out of everyone in hometown will know what she's going through with the whole Rudy situation, I mean that will be Asgard. The one that could like understand the pain she's going through, and like hear her, and like maybe console her, like like again, it really depends how emotionally invested they are in this whole like working together thing. Like it could be just like co-workers, like Carlos, you like you work for me now, continue the case, and I go to like sure thing. Or it could be like what I said, that like they they figured out that that they're both like that in a weird way, despite probably not maybe not being like as close to each other in the past, that maybe they are actually in a weird way the only ones that can understand each other in this whole like in this whole town, and understand each other, what the other one's going through, and why they keep pushing through with what they're trying to do. It just I like I feel like I I knew I was gonna have a lot to talk about this, so I just didn't think how much or where I was gonna go with it.
Mm-hmm. The enjoyment you have of this chip is reliant on how much, on how do you view their normal relationship.
Yeah, and
I think I understand why some people may be not crazy about it. I am not exactly crazy, but I don't say it. I hate it actually. I think talking about this, I ended up liking it a lot more now that I have discussed it with someone else. Actually,
yeah, like, and yeah, that's the thing, like I said all that, and I don't think I could really enjoy the idea of like these two as like friends, that friends that they didn't expect to that they knew each other, but they never were close to each other, but like once push comes to shove, that they end up like becoming like unlikely friends and so like that. Like I do quite enjoy that idea. I'm not quite sure how much I like them as a couple. You know, hmm. Like
I I would say around A for me, but I will understand if someone likes it a bit more or less than me.
hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Like I mentioned, like I don't prefer them as friends more than a couple, like at a couple, like I can't really like see it properly.
Yeah, that's also a huge factor in how you rank these things. How much do you prefer them as friends? Because if you ask me, yeah, maybe then a B will be more fair, actually.
Yeah, I never convinced you by doing this. I just maybe like I mean I don't I don't care much think much about them more than I did with like the Addisons with Spanton. Like it is depending on how much they can go into this, like it could be an interesting relationship that like explore each other in a way that that they not even then thought that that they could relate in that way. But
Hmm.
that work. I feel like that works better as like just like friends. I don't really you know not really I don't really like see it much like a couple. But yeah, it's not bad. It's,
Yeah, I think this one has more enjoyment than what many people will gloss over it. But I also think that Carol and Asgore have more interesting relationships. Asgore specifically, as I'm seeing right here.
yeah,
But then again, my opinion may also change the more I see about Carol in the near future.
yeah. Like right now, it's a fascinating idea without much like what's in the actual game. But there's something there. Now we have another fun one here. Asgoriel, Asgore Extoriel, which oh man, oh boy.
Where
Uh,
to begin?
it just man, like it's just like this ship is like just feels like uh, unfortunate, like sad. Like I do you know as to be like vanilla white bread as possible. Like I don't dislike the idea of like Asgore and Toriel being together. Like that's a reason that's a reason why they probably like lasted so many years in both games together. Like they do make a good couple. Like they are really sweet people. They're really caring for each other, and
Hmm.
like despite some of the issues that I kind of mentioned in the flower video, but like we don't have to talk about them here. Like they're just like nice people, and like they're really like nice to each other. I like it. Just like it's the unfortunate thing that in both games there's God damn it, this notification left hand right. Why can't I just shut up? Okay, yeah, like it's really unfortunate that like if things didn't like go the way they did in like both games, like they probably couldn't have things would have like gone disarray as much as they did. Like in Undertale, like it was something that was entirely out of their control, and like it was Asgore's fault. But like like I think it's fair to say that in Undertale, like Asgore is despite how much he cares about the monster, like he does not cut it for being a king, for doing the whole king business.
It what makes their relationship different in between both games is the role that they have, because Asgore in here thankfully doesn't have the whole weight of Monsterkind on his shoulders. He has it but in a very different way, in a smaller scale, and I think that really impacted his decision making in Undertale, and that's why the divorce happened in a probably different way. So I do understand when people don't like the negative aspects of Asgore. I think I like Asgore enough to like overglow some of those aspects, but I have seen some people really mad about both of these guys. Like they have their haters, and that's why I don't think this is like the most common ship pairing. Because, well, yeah, you're right. You don't see them working in the context of those games, but outside the context of those games, like you said, it's a really sad ending to their story. How
Yeah,
they didn't repair the relationship, which I think is fine. I think it's fine that they end up in very different places, but like you want to see them be happy together because you know that they can be really good once they overcome both of their issues, and both of them have their issues. Not saying that that makes them monsters or anything, but it's a perk that I enjoy, and I feel weird saying that because I have seen so many heated opinions about this, but I don't understand why people don't think about it that way. Like you said, they worked together for a long time for a big reason, and while I think that I might prefer other pairings for these two, or maybe just one for specifically that I like a lot more, I also really like them. That doesn't mean that I want to see them end up together, but I do like them being together, even as friends. It's a relationship that I will like that the game
yeah,
ends on a note where they are together in a stable friendship, at least.
it's that's the thing, like the issue isn't like that they are like good like partners for each other. Like they are. It's just like things don't end up working out for each other, and you know in another term maybe it's a little bit better because Asgore does like come to the realization that what he did was wrong, and like they do end up being able to like actually like reconcile and be friends again, from
Hmm.
the alarm clock dialogue thing. Like, meanwhile, here in comparison with Undertale, like, I don't know, here in Deltarune, like, it does get a little bit more iffy because, like, yeah, like, yeah, like what happened with between them was like outside of like Asgore's like decision making or control, but like he still is, he's still stalking Toriel, that kind of like muddies that a little bit, even if even for how unfortunate it is and how much that that they probably like used to have been able to make it work. Like they are in a state right now where you are like, no, yeah, they probably shouldn't get back together. Like it's sad that they ended up breaking up. It's really sad, but like right now it's probably like the best for both of them if if they just go their separate ways. Like they if they are able to like eventually you know reconcile, not reconcile, like come to an understanding. Uh, stop with all the weird any what's the word? Animo. Uh, Man, the words are coming out. It's with all the weirdness and like avoiding each other. Like they can come to an understanding, but like it's probably better for both of them. They just like if they just stay as friends as things are now, and as how Asgore who just keeps on ruining his reputation.
You know, because a lot of ships in this game specifically are, some of them are easier to like divorce, divorce the context of the game, to divorce the context of the game from the relationship. But this is one of the few where I think it's almost impossible. Like you cannot think about the relationship without thinking about how bad they are having it right now. And with that consideration, I want to say that I still love it, but maybe not as much as a few of them. And I think it is self-explanatory. Like if you have played on Undertale and Deltarune, you probably understand exactly where we're coming from because it's one of those things that comes naturally with the story.
Yeah, I like I mentioned some of Crossword, not a bit of Piragon, and like they're like I mentioned like they had like this whole thing like Toriel and Asgore like talking things out, and like Asgore helping out Toriel, like thinking about it made me think that yeah, like in Undertale I do think like maybe they could eventually like fix things together and maybe be able to like go back together, but like here in Deltarune is like no, I just I think that better. better separate. Like Asgore is been really weird about this whole thing, and Toriel seems to be very uncomfortable about it. So,
Mm-hmm.
it's sad. It's unfortunate. They aren't really making it better. Uh, so yeah, it's just unfortunate all around. So where should we? Where do you think should we put it? I would say maybe C tier because like you know I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It's just like you know I just feel sad thinking about it. It's just
I
like
think I am. I think I am being really lenient with a lot of ships, so maybe people are going to be shocked that I say B tier because, like I said, I also don't hate it, but I would prefer if it didn't happen. But believe me, if you want me to put something in C tier or C tier, you're not going to wait a lot more. But for this case, maybe B because, like I said, I am really I am a big enjoyer of what works, but I recognize that a lot of it doesn't work.
yeah,
So
you know
maybe B for me is where I will go with it.
yeah. It's just it's like it's a thing of like this talking thing that makes me the most iffy about like about it. It's like no matter how I try to see around it, like Asgore running out of the trees to like cut Toriel as she was walking out of church to like give her flowers. Thus, like, eh, just feels not good.
I- if we're going to be fair with all of them, if we're not like separating the context of the game, I think then maybe C it's it's the better ranking because well we are ranking them within Deltarune, not exactly in the most ideal situation.
Yeah,
But I still stand by that. I say that I enjoy a lot of it, but I still recognize that a lot of it won't work and will never work.
yeah, like it can say as a high C rank.
Yeah,
Like
I think that for what I'm going to be putting in C, I think this is one is the high point of C probably.
yeah, yeah. Well, that was a bit of a downer. Now let's get to a good one. Uh, Asgore, Asgore, Asgore Rudy. Isn't it like the something like As Rudy or something like that?
I can't work like that. I think this is the fun of these names. They're so malleable.
Yeah, I mean, well, like uh, Asgore X Rudy, which like this one I do quite like myself after like I don't know, it's just like you get something nice about it, how that like that is like good pals, you know you know uh like it's just like I feel like this is an understatement to say that Rudy is just like the goat, like he's
Yeah,
he's so cool, like he's just a chill, he's just a really chill nice person, he's like you know he's just I don't know what else to say that other than it's just he's nice, he's just a nice but he just seems like a nice person to be around
he
and
he leaves a good impression with you in every time you meet him and you find something else about him in other conversations. It's a character that you are really sad that you know that it's not going to end well, and if he doesn't die or something, the story is actually going to be shocking for me.
yeah.
But I sometimes have problems with accepting some ships because I sometimes prefer characters to be just friends. I see people like shipping like, oh, this character and this character, this is a great relationship, and I prefer if they stay as friends because I sometimes like friendships a lot more. But in this case, when I got around Deltarune, I didn't start seeing it until I read the clock app dialogue. He started describing everything. I was like, oh, this is where this is
Yeah,
going. Like, okay, I'm starting to see the vision now because, yeah, there's no
I
denying
was,
that
I was,
dialogue was a
yeah, that
huge impact.
Asgore talking
Uh
about
huh.
like Asgore talking about like that he was Santa and that he was his Rudy.
Yeah, that was an immediate flare lining up, and that made me maybe embrace it a little bit more. I think they have a really cool relationship, but when you look about how intimate they are, uh, it's a really cool pairing that maybe has a few bad takes surrounding it. But ignoring all of that, it's a pairing that I think that actually works a lot, and maybe could be a tragic ending to a story if Rudy doesn't have a happy ending. But I ended up enjoying it a lot more with the years, and I've seen a lot more stuff and people discussing it a lot more. And I'm glad that no matter what they do with their relationship, I am glad that Asgore has a very important character near him for his character arc. You can see how important Rudy is to Asgore and how much his absence is hurting him. And I am starting to feel worried that him leaving the story forever will impact his character more than we are anticipating.
Yeah, I want to say that too. That they they do you do get the idea, the vibe that that they they know each other in like a very like they go back a lot. Like friends from high school. Like they like that they are like the best friends. Like Rudy's are always like like thinking about like, man, I feel that he feels so bad about like what's happening with that. Like he really cares for him, and that the rough thing that he's going through, and equally as good as he doesn't seem to have like as much friends anymore as we established with Alphys. You know,
Mm-hmm.
he's also hurting a lot with the whole like with the fact of what's happening with Rudy. No, it's just you really feel sad for each other. Like they are very special to each other. Like best friends. Like probably understand each other a lot. I think in particular, like probably Rudy understands, what Asgore is going through, and how much it actually like affects him, and you know, and you feel like this, you feel the sadness from each other that they can't be there for one another.
And they even are comfortable enough to like joke each other about how weird sometimes they are in their relationship with like the whole Beauty and the Beast thing
Like
and the
they
flowers.
like they know that they have they know what it looks like, and like they don't try to deny it much.
It's one of those cases that I feel like if Roddy made it out after the story, hopefully he will. Maybe something else could happen between them, but it's probably going to end up in a tragic way no matter what. But even then, like I said, that there is a lot of their relationship rooted in the story of the game, and well, Rudy himself is, like we said, a very charismatic character, and I think that he precisely bounces well from Asgore personality.
Yeah,
Like
like
they're very similar. They are like having two they're like having two dads, but literally, like I literally mean it. Like they are the stereotypical dads when you see them. So it's a really cool relationship, and you can obviously see it working more than a few of the other pairings between the Dreamers and the Holidays.
yeah, like you said, like like they have a lot in common, like in common of like they're like they're both like the kind of like always like thinking about like you know how everyone's doing, like always like looking out for them despite the situation they might be in, and in their own different ways, because like Rudy is a lot more like the I don't know, if it's sarcastic, more like the wise cracking like kind of meanwhile Asgore is a lot more like the on the softer yeah the softer side of it, and it's just like it's a cute content, like the big like fluffy like very huggable goat man, and the more like I don't know what would be the word I don't know, sharp. I feel like
Sharp, maybe, yes.
yeah, like the more like like I said, wise cracking, like more it's just like sarcasm is not the word I'm trying to say. I don't know what is the word I'm trying to say, but you get what I mean. Like they have
Yeah,
they can they contra each other, but also like compliment each other in a nice way. Like it just has a really good vibe all around. I really like it.
yeah. It's one of those pairings that I want to see more. Like I want to see them interact more, and I'm sad that they haven't done that a lot.
Yeah, and like we didn't even mention that. We just mentioned it like in a passing what the whole thing with Undertale that like very heavily implies that Asgore did like think of Rudy as like maybe something more, but just like in this game, in that game too, there was the tragedy of like the tragedy of Asgore ended up outliving him, which
Hmm.
really sad. It's like that dialogue is so tragic.
I am sad that some of those dialogues are stuck in the Glock app.
Yeah,
Like obviously every truck freak in the fandom knows them by heart right now, but they are like stuck in a semi canon piece. I want to say it's canon, but it adds a lot to their relationship. And well, it's one of those times where I think it's okay to pull off from other media that is not Deltarune itself.
yeah,
But as it is, I really like it. I don't have a lot of hopes about it going anywhere, or then maybe confirming that Asgore maybe did think or feel, or well, either of them think or feel something for each other. Maybe in college, maybe before they settle down with Carol and Toriel. So in that case, I do think it's one of those that I will put easy in like A tier with how much I like it.
yeah. It has a nice vibe to it, and with the fun that I see of it, it's also really really nice, really cute. So
Yeah,
you said A tier, I wouldn't even that.
yeah. Oh, maybe S tier. We have been leaving S tier really alone, actually.
Yeah, like I mean, yeah, I mean, comparing it to the other ones we put in A tier, I don't think I like as
Any of
as
them.
Rudy a lot more than
Uh
these other ones. You know,
exactly.
you know, I don't still kind of have like a more of a a
Preference?
a preference for like Alpine in comparison to as Rudy, but hmm, I mean it's a little bit difficult because like just like judging it from Deltarune, I don't think like maybe as Rudy does have like a bit more going on in comparison. Hmm. But I am fine with leaving that Alpine over it. You know.
I think it's fine if we leave it like that for now. Maybe we can change it later. I am thinking that S rank is not going to be that alone for much
Yeah.
longer.
There's a lot of good stuff, a lot of good material in here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh hey, Andrew Cunningham will
Well,
really like this one.
shout out to Andrew Cunningham. He somehow is watching this.
I thought it.
I
uh,
doubt it. Uh,
but
before
yeah.
before before we go on for another hour, I think I should call it quits for now because I need to get ready for something.
Oh, okay. So yeah, day day two of continuing the tier list. continuing where we left off, I actually, and because I had the time to actually think about it and stuff like that. I did manage to finally think of what the word I was looking for when describing Rudy. It's like, when describing like why that, like what's the difference between Asgore and Rudy, and why they they connect so well together. It's like, both of them are like really kind, really considerate with people. Makes sense they will gravitate towards each other's, and with the difference that as Rudy is a lot more crude in comparison to Asgore. Like they like complement each other and also like fill in the gaps of one another. Like Rudy is a lot more charismatic than Asgore. It's a lot better with words, I will say, but a lot more crude. Crude, rude.
He's a little bit more straightforward. Like when he says he's going to kick Burley's ass, like he's obviously not going to kick his ass, but he means like he's going to defend Noel if he needs it.
Yeah, we have the whole thing about the key lime pie thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no, the key lime pie thing is another different thing. It's like the whole thing of like when he said like he called Carol like a fine work of art, or like a hot work of art, or something.
Hot piece of work or something.
Hot piece of work, and that she slapped him out cold. Yeah, and in comparison, Asgore is he's not as like as I was like he tries to be kind and considerate, but like he's not as good with people. At reading people. He tends to like make hiccups and mistakes a lot more, but he is a lot more straightforward, I would say, than Rudy is, and his thoughts on what he means, and it's a nice way of like how they balance each other out. They just make really really good friends, and they have like a lot of romantic tension as well.
And that's just like very few interactions in each chapter, right? I think that's a really good relationship that is shown with very few words, and that's also something that really sticks out. Like many of these don't have a lot of bases, except for like the big ones, but they have something, and that's really beautiful. How so many people just take what they get and develop from there.
You don't need, you don't. I think it goes to show that you don't need too much words to like give an idea of a character and a relationship between a character. That's the whole thing of like why people get so attached to these characters and like thinking about like what will this character and this character do if they met each other. It's like because they had like such like marked personalities, and like they had like just obviously it's really good at character writing, at characterization, and stuff like that.
Even if it's just a small character that has one scene and then doesn't become really relevant again, it sticks out to you.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole basis of darkness. Like we barely like they're very superficial characters, and like what they are, their gimmick and stuff like that. But it's still a really good gimmick. Like the shadow, like I talk about the shadow guys. The shadow guys are like a very gimmicky concept, not even like an actual character, but they leave a very strong impression, and you can't avoid to like want to think about and talk about them. That's why so much fun up with them. They're just fun. Yeah, I feel like this is gonna look weird in the video. That we're like one pause in between.
I think people are going to realize what's happening soon enough.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna like having like something in the here on the corner, like on the corner, like like when Omega Flyway does the loading save stuff. I was planning to have like a little like white yellow text up in the corner that were like day 2, day 3, I don't know how many days this is gonna take us.
That's a really cool idea.
Yeah.
It's going to be funny seeing the full video when it's over. How long it took us to just record this part.
I had considered like maybe like setting up background music, like like me recording background music directly into the the recording, but like considering that there's gonna be a lot of like cuts and stuff like that, it's probably not gonna sound well. And
No,
I cannot check that afterwards, so if something sounds weird, it's gonna like be a lot harder to deal with.
yeah, I think it's better we stick like this, or we risk having to do a whole section again.
Yeah, like people people are here to hear us talk. If they want to hear music in the background, they can say it up themselves.
Yeah, I don't mind this type of videos because I do that so much, having a long format video in the background while I play or I do something.
Yeah,
So I hope people are enjoying this, having us in the background.
yeah. Well, okay. Anyway, too much distraction. Continuing. Yeah,
Yeah.
we were about we ended up at like a very special one, interesting one. Uh, Asi Pants, Asiel, Asi is ex Pizza Pants, not Burger Pants. Burger Pants is the one from Undertale.
Is the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. We joke. I joke in the last like session. We could cut in sessions. That that like there's like this one has like a lot of like lore and stuff like that with like certain uh Deltarune YouTuber of a certain like that uses like a certain historical figure as their I don't know like avatar
Their
stuff like that.
avatar.
Yeah,
Uh huh.
yeah.
Wonder who that is. I wonder.
I wonder who. I wonder who. Something related to electricity or stuff like that. I don't really have much knowledge of like the actual ship and stuff like that. What we do have in the game, is like Asi and Pizza Pants are they're friends. They are friends from school probably. They used to hang out as teenagers. I think it was like I think Burger Pants mentioned something about like cruising, picking up hot chicks, which probably just like Burger Pants in like a shitty a sh- there's a cuss word there. Well, whatever. I don't wanna care about the cuss words. Or like a very like crappy I mean like very probably like a very crappy car and like he's just like whistling at the Bradian carry or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting relationship. Like the two like 20 some 20 something year olds from hometown. You know, and it just it's cute because like they're so opposites to one another. Like Burger Pants is like very like uh very
He's kind
sleazy.
of a loser.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's kind of like a loser, kind of like really really rude, like with everyone he talks to.
Yeah.
He's very similar to how he was in order. He was like a kind of like a creep a little bit, and like Asriel, it's like the golden star, the perfect, the perfect little boy. Like he's good, he's kind, he's well behaved, and all that. But of course, that could depend. Depending on who you ask, because some people that's to think that Asriel probably has like a rebellious side too, probably. But, I don't think that probably Asriel does tend to like lean more on like the cleaner vibe. So it does make like an interesting like dynamic here. Trying to think about it like in a ship. Like Burger Pants like just I mean Pizza Pants just like being Pizza Pants. Like being a loser, like doing like really stupid stuff, and not to do like kind of like trying to be there for him, trying to like do like guy maybe like to not be as much of a screw up as he usually is. And I think that there could be something interesting there. Something I think
I
it can
do.
be cute.
I I do agree because it's one of those ships that I didn't really think a lot about it at first, but that's also because the main interaction you have about these two is back in chapter 1. So it happens so early in the
and
story that you have a lot to think about, and you don't stop to think about it for so long.
and there, we don't actually like see their relationship. We just have like Poker Pants retelling how he views it from his perspective. But I will imagine that they probably are friends. And I do, I will think that that Asriel probably like he probably is aware of like the weird things Poker Pants does and says about other people, but like he probably is aware of that, but he probably is also aware that Poker Pants just needs someone to like straighten up his back, help him clean his act, and be less of a weirdo.
And this kind of a dynamic that I think is found a lot in fiction, like the the cool guy who helps the other outcast, socially inept guy.
Yeah,
It's a really good dynamic that I do see it working in a ship. It's I think I had to state that this is neither my favorite Asriel or my favorite Pants ship,
yeah,
but
yeah,
I I went from not thinking a lot about it, and then the more time passes, the more I am starting to like it. It's it's a really good one. I see why people click with it immediately.
yeah,
Um, it's making me wish that they have some good interactions in the story, because I really hope that Asriel doesn't come in
yeah,
the 11th hour. Like he has something to do with everyone. There's so much I want to see of him with
yeah.
so many other NPCs.
Yeah, I remember actually. That really it made me surprised that there's no like extra content from Undertale that has like Flowey and Burger Pants interacting. It's good. Because you will think with how much friends they are, with how good friends they are here in Deltarune, and how like Toby likes doing like this retroactive canon stuff with Undertale. And you know, I'm surprised that there's not really like a canon interaction between them. You know, I definitely seen it in fan art, quite quite sometimes.
it's it's interesting that you mention it, because I am wishing that when this is over, Toby goes back and does something. I'm not saying something big, but like even a few interactions with characters that never met will be
Alarm
really
clock
cool.
too.
Yeah, like Alarm Clock too, because I think what makes this ship work for me a lot is because I really like Pizza Pants. He's one of my favorite side characters, and
Yeah,
I like how he has something to do in almost each chapter.
yeah,
And
I also do really like Pizza Pants. He's like he's an interesting kind of character. And as a fan of a certain comic about retail working people, that
wink, wink.
that you also know. We've got both fans of it. That
Yeah,
made me have like a lot more appreciation towards him. Like I like this come understand a little bit more about him. That yeah, he's a creep. He's a little bit weird with towards women. Like a lot, but like he's mostly just like a wet blanket.
yeah,
He's a wet cat.
yeah. He's inoffensive. He's probably a 20 something, uh, a young adult. Like he's probably going to grow out of it.
Is he doing the
I
loading
think.
thing?
What?
No, nothing. It's just I got distracted. Like the mouse is doing like the loading icon stuff.
Yeah. That was really weird. I hope my internet doesn't start failing too. Uh, what was I? Yeah, like he's not a bad person. He just probably needs someone to like
Yeah, he,
interact with him nicely,
yeah. He needs
because he ha-
he needs
uh-huh.
an actual friend, like someone that can tell him, someone that can just like metaphorically. I wouldn't be opposed, like literally, give him a slap of reality.
And it would also probably help if we had someone be, well, nicer to him. He's surrounded by a lot of people that kind of hate him,
Yeah,
unjustifiably, I would say.
yeah, like yeah. He's he's weird, but like he's getting literally catfish right in the game. Like man, poor guy.
Yeah, you cannot. you can start laughing for a little bit, but then you just feel sad the more the joke continues.
Yeah, so granted, a lot of what I said there about like why I like uh Asi pants, I do feel like more strongly about it with another different uh pizza pan related ship, like this one's nice, but like there's another one that I do feel more strongly with
Yeah,
similar arguments.
that's the same thing. I will have to agree. Like it's fine, but I think this is like the light version of the other ship.
Yeah, that's another one that does see not substantially, but like I do prefer like the other version of this dynamic that Burger Pants has.
Yeah, like people. I hope they understand that I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm saying I like it. I have to rank
Yeah,
these. They are. That's how this works
yeah. This
literally.
is it's a tier list. It's a tier list. This is
Yeah,
the whole thing. Okay, so
yeah,
what do we think? What do we think? Like, I think it's cute. I think it's nice, but like it's not like I'm not crazy about it. Like it's not my favorite. But like
well,
I just think it's neat.
I do like it more than the ones in B, so I think it would be fair for an A rank, perhaps.
Aaron, uh, where where in Iran do you think?
I don't know because I really like the shadow shadow guys.
uh,
25 polyamory chip, but
mm,
maybe a bit more than Alfiel, perhaps.
yeah, like that.
Because I think he has a lot more going on.
Yeah, there's a lot more. There's a lot more like interest and like that. A lot more spice to it. A lot more like seasoning compared to
Of course.
Alvin. Alvin is neat, but like uh, and I think this one has a little bit more going on.
Hmm.
I think it's fun. It's kind of fun. Right between like the two Alfie's ex, one of the rumors ships.
Yeah, it works perfectly.
Actually, like the family, the family's together again.
He's surrounded by Asgores if you look at it everywhere.
There's a lot of Asgore ships here. I've noticed.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
hey, I feel like one will agree that we're gonna agree on that we don't particularly like. Berdell, Perly
Uh,
X Noel.
I want to start this section by making a clarification.
Yeah.
I don't hate Burnley. I want everyone to know that I like him and I want him to be happy no matter what I start saying right now. I want him to be happy. Just I don't like most of the options that we got here. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's kind of the problem. So
Yeah.
I think,
I I
uh-huh.
I I I love Burley. But like I love him in a way of like, man, I can't wait until like he stops being such an idiot. Uh,
I, I think many people have a wrong idea of Burnley and they stick with that idea for the entire game, and that's something that it makes me rage a little bit because Burnley is a really cool character. It just so happens that he's a little bit of an idiot, but well, that's
that's the
part of
whole
him, I
point. That's the
guess.
whole point.
That's the whole point.
You know.
But I I don't know when it comes to the shipping scenario, he's in a very awkward place because like you look at these options and you go,
His arc
nah,
is
yeah,
not
no, no,
his arc is not
no.
finished yet. There's still, he still needs a little bit more of like working on himself to like think more properly of him in a relationship. Like I mean, like because we could talk about this character like a lot. It's like this we are these are like one of the main four like liners. There's a lot we could talk about them. You know, like
I'm sure he's going to have like a reality check soon.
yeah, my
In
idea, what I thinking of,
next chapter probably.
yeah,
Uh huh.
what I was thinking of what probably was gonna happen with Pearl is that that chapter 5 that we're gonna have like the whole like friend group hangout in the festival. I imagine that there's probably gonna be like a moment where like Pearl's gonna be like, no, Noel, wait. Let me think of my Perry voice. No, Noel, you cannot be hanging out with Susie and Chris. What do you? But you, I thought we were gonna go to the festival together, and I feel like Susie's just gonna be like, dude, just can you just chill
Stop
out?
it, man.
I had the feeling that Susie's probably gonna be like, just chill out, just come here and hang out with us. And I feel they're probably finally gonna be like, stop trying so hard to like, uh, keep up the smart genius facade and just like finally allow himself to like relax and have fun. You know, that's why I like Berlin. Like he's a really like a nice cat. Like he's and like he's so like such pedantic and like so mean. Not mean like so dismissive to like towards like Susie and Chris and like a little bit towards Noel as well. Like he treats Noel like the dancer in this dress, like the doll that needs
and
protection.
and it's not like he's misogynistic or anything. He's just that big of an idiot. Like he doesn't realize what he's doing, and even when it counts, like when the situation gets dire, he really pulls through,
Yeah,
and that's why I like him personally. Because he's annoying, but when he realizes he's screwing up, he's making the best that he can. It he hasn't changed entirely because he's still a bit of an idiot
yeah,
in chapter 4, and
the
he's
aggression.
very he's very he's failing at hiding how much he actually cares about Chris and Susie, and that's also a really cute dynamic that
Yeah,
he appreciates them. He just doesn't really want to express that.
yeah,
He's a lot more complex that people end up taking him for granted.
yeah. He's not a bad person. He's just like he doesn't know how to properly go about it. Like he has very drilled into his head that he has to act this way. When in reality it doesn't make him happy either. Like that's the whole thing. Like what they admit at the end of chapter 2 that Barely really only like pretended he wanted to be like Noel's partner because he thinks Noel has a crush on him. When in actuality he doesn't even like Noel romantically or anything. He just like he likes being her friend. He likes being her friend. He likes being around her, being there for her. And like you
This is
mentioned,
why.
like you
Yeah,
mentioned,
yeah.
like when the situation gets dire in like the weird route, he he just like goes all out to try to protect her when
That,
he notices
that
that that when he notices that something might actually be wrong, and even if not knowing exactly what's happening, he can tell that Noel is no, so there's something wrong with Noel, and he wants to save her, protect her.
that's my favorite moment of the
Yeah,
character. That's actually one of my favorite moments of the entire game because of how well it is done. Like even from the small detail that the sprite is different
yeah, like
when
he,
he's
he's not
fighting.
he's not smirky anymore. He's just like very like serious, focused during the battle, and like I feel like this is not something that many people know about the battle. That Barely during that battle does not target Noel when fighting. Like he only targets Chris when he with his attacks. And when Chris goes down, Barley's like, now's your chance, Noel. Go, you can come with me. When of course it doesn't work, but like it just the weird of Barley fight is like probably his best moment. Which is really unfortunate, because like his last moment in that route.
That's
Uh,
actually one of the reasons why I like the weird route, even if I don't like exactly what's happening in it when it comes to the characters, because
it's
it
really good
shows
writing.
you
It's really
it's
good.
really good writing. It shows you different angles of the character you don't get to see in the normal route. This is the same thing with the genocide route in Undertale. It makes you have a complete perspective of every character, and barely well maybe Barley and Chris are the ones that benefit the most out of this. It's why segueing into this first ship that we have, I think this is my favorite of the immediate ones that we have right now with Burley, because it it shows you that he cares. He shows you that he understands. Like when he drops the act and when it comes to the important stuff, he cares for his friend, and
Yeah,
it's a really beautiful dynamic. Like, there's so many friendships in this story. It's almost like a secondary running theme about how friendships happen between so many different people,
Yeah,
and
how
it's a
important connection
relationship.
is. How important,
Exactly.
yeah,
How important it is as in so many different stages of your life, and it's a relationship that I think people don't really talk about. Like,
yeah.
yeah, of course,
People
Chris and Noel, or
think
Susie and Noel.
Noel hates Burley, or like that she would be better off without being friends with Burley. When like no, like
No, not at
it doesn't
all.
have to be like that, you know. Barely, just barely has to like try and improve a little bit. You know, like they don't have to stop being friends. You know, we see that they do like hanging out with each other. And, like they do share. You know, meanwhile like Chris and Susie are like a little bit more like at odds with like Noel's more geeky side. You know, with Barely Noel does like get to like relate that part of herself more with him. You know, like that you know they're more like they're both nerds. You know, and then you
Yeah,
know
and you can tell that Noel is like the popular girl, but it's not like that big of a deal. Like, she has at most like two big friendships before the game begins, because she's no longer friends with Chris, and barely, as far as we understand, has been there for a long time. And
yeah
I that's why I like how they both are. I like their friendship and how they deal with each other. Like, maybe not in a romantic way, but I like it.
yeah. Yeah, what I was gonna go say too, that you know, like I do really like their friendship, their relationship, but like you know, it's like one of those where like I like them as friends. I do not want them. I do not want them as a couple, like at all.
I I agree, mostly in the sense that I think that they have, well, no, Noel has better couple options in here, but like, compare it to everything else, I think this is on the higher end of Berkeley ships.
Yeah,
Maybe not in an A tier, but in a B tier, because I still like them. Yeah,
huh.
that's what I was trying to say at the beginning. I want Berkeley to be happy. I just don't like how the options present themselves in here. He has a tough competition here.
What is it? What is it? What is it? I feel like what is Chris X Burley? I tried to find it. You know, like we're talking about the other
I saw
Burley.
it right now. I saw it right now
I'm
because I
curious.
want. There it is. There it is.
That's why when I was like, I don't. It's I just besides the fact that like I hate kind of Noel as a lesbian, I don't. It's like
Uh huh.
like I said, like I don't like I like their relationship as friends, you know, and that's precisely why I don't really, I don't really care about them as a couple. Like I think there's characters where barely could have better, chemistry. I don't remember how it
Uh huh.
was. Like better chemistry as a couple, like with Seth Human. I don't know. I feel like it's probably gonna be our first disagreement on where to place this one. But like you said, like something like a B or something like that.
Yeah, because I'm going based on the fact that the next ones are probably going to be lower than
Yeah.
some people would put it.
I I, I would have said that I would have placed it in C rank.
Maybe because it's not that I like it that much. It's just that I like it more than the other options. So maybe C is also fair. But I don't really hate it exactly.
Yeah, it's difficult. Like I don't like I said, Red Card not a lesbian. I don't particularly like it that much. But like like it's probably like I don't hate it. It's just like it's like thinking about like that pose of Toby uh or like Toby with the plate. Like I would probably like turn my head around, but like I wouldn't like toss the plate out in like anger. Just like
I want to say I can see them working in a very different scenario that
in a
doesn't
very
involve a
different
lot of
world.
other stuff. Yeah, but that I don't think that's being fair. Like, of say, changing so much stuff. But then again, that's also more than what I see for other ships. So
Yeah,
I am not sure.
I would say like maybe like a low C rank, maybe.
Yeah,
Like
maybe for now.
there are other like barely shifts that like I feel like work a lot better.
which
Uh,
leads me to ask about what was your opinion on the next one, because this is one that I think scratches my head a little bit.
Bersay, Burley X, Ralsei,
I'll
or
say.
Ralsei, or whatever you wanna pronounce it as. I
Hmm.
don't know. Does Burley even? I know that Burley like acknowledges Ralsei once in the entire game, like when he basically like says that he calls Ralsei
Lucky.
Burley's no,
Chris.
Chris's lucky.
Uh huh.
I Okay, I gotta say I don't really have like a strong opinion on it because I don't really think about the relationship between us. What could be the relationship between uh Ralsei and Burley? So uh, you wanna take this one? While I try to think of something.
I I want to say that I have seen people really like this ship, and again, I have nothing against anyone liking anything, but I don't really see it, because those are two characters that, for first of all, don't really interact ever, and those are two characters that I don't see them like in a couple relationship,
Yeah,
or
like the person that is
in a big relationship,
like
yeah, in a big friendship. I mean.
the
Hmm.
it's like they have like you know I feel like if you put in enough like head canons into it, it probably could work. But like they have like very like not like they're not like clashing personalities, but like they're very distinct in a way. Like Rossi probably will not understand a single word of what's coming out of Burley's speak.
Hmm.
And like I know I like and I feel like Burley probably would like I don't know like I could imagine like Burley being could end up being like in good terms with Rossi, but like I don't feel like he probably like could like build up like same connection to Rossi as like say Chris or Susie. Like it's like, oh yeah, it's you. I know you or something like that. Like it's just like there's not much there where they can really connect with one another. But
I am throwing a little bit of engagement here. If somebody can tell us what do they see here personally, I would love to hear that,
yeah,
because
make sure
maybe
to
I'm missing something. Maybe we're both missing something
yeah, make
right
sure to
now.
leave it in the comments in a very detailed way, like paragraphs long,
An essay, please.
and I say but I said this as a joke, but like I would actually be interested in doing that. I always love hearing like people like in these weird ships try to like argument what they did and what they could work. It's always a fun read.
Yeah, that's why I am sure maybe eventually I'm going to see it, but right now I don't feel really strong about it. I
Yeah,
don't really hate it. Also, it's just one of those that I think maybe I am more invested in so many other things that I don't have space for these guys.
yeah. It's like it's there. It could work depending on how you want to build around it, and like I consider the two glasses guys of the group. I don't know,
The
like
two smart guys. I I don't know. I like it less than Noel and Burley, like I had already said. So maybe a C is also fair, because I also don't think I can say no opinion or C rank currently.
yeah, it's I don't know, like I do like I I feel like I ran it too much into Burdell, but like like I mentioned, like I do have like my own like rights with the Shibo, like why I don't like thinking of them as a couple, why I don't particularly care about it being one with per se. It's just like it's just like I don't have anything like against it. It's just like it's a ship that is there that exists. So I
Yeah, maybe leave it in there in the bottom for now.
uh like overall below uh I don't think I like it more than maybe no wait it's like because like all these ships like I kind of have like the ones we have here like kind of like have issues with them like Asgorian has like that weird stalking situation going on there, and Burdell is just like the game makes it so clear why like the game makes a point of like why they don't work as a couple. Meanwhile, with this one, it's just like there's nothing wrong with it. It's like it's just like not that interesting to the both of us.
It's very inoffensive now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, like yeah, like that way I was like maybe over the other ones. Like nothing wrong with it. Nothing uh, like crazy about amazing about it. It's just like it exists. It's there. Someone probably has written a really cool fanfic about it.
This is the most positive we have been about Barely so far, I think.
Uh, uh, Another one I don't have like very strong opinions on it, but like it's another interesting one. Burly X Susie.
I can say something. I think I see this one more than the other two. Like I understand where people might be coming from. I don't agree with it, but I think I understand it. Although I'm not sure I have ever seen someone ship them. They must exist, but I haven't seen them.
Yeah, I mean, like the game makes the joke about it that that Burly is like attracted to Susie. Like I mean, I feel like more than attracted to Susie, he like attracted to the idea, like what Susie stands and represents. He just like he's more like attracted to that idea. Like he thinks he's attracted to that idea. When
and
I feel like, he probably just wants to like he probably just like the idea of like letting loose and just like Susie just irradiates such a nice like chill vibe around her.
Yeah, that's probably because he didn't really know anything about her before chapter 2, and now that he started to get along with her, he's going to realize that he isn't bothered by so many of her qualities, or rather, so many things that he thought that were wrong with her are not true at all.
Yeah.
And I mean that's the effect that Susie has with so many people. Like once you get to know her, you really start liking her.
Yeah, it's, and like I mean, like mostly just barely because she did a Dragon Blazers reference. That's mostly just because mostly just why he thinks she's so cool. I mean also like what that she had like that whole like talk with him about like just relax, just relax, man. Just it's fine. It's fine to just like be a moron sometimes or whatever. Like it's Berlin's thing or like misinterpreting this stuff or like thinking too hard about it. Like he thinks he has a crush on Susie, but like he probably just his mouth says that he has a crush with her when in reality he probably just he probably just wants to hang out with her more. Like he likes he likes the friend group. He wants to be more of a part of it.
I didn't really think about it, but it's probably a really common thing in high schoolers, middle schoolers to be confused about what your feelings for different people once you start to growing up, and I think that's a really realistic, even if it's a very small part of the whole story. You sometimes forget that you're dealing with high schoolers.
Yeah, especially Berlin, but in particular, that he's so like so confused, so like what he should on who he should be, or how he should act in in what way. He makes his weird like he makes his assumptions like what he should be doing. We're talking a lot about Berlin. Like I think we should probably talk about the ship itself. It's funny, like
Not too hot about it personally.
Like we're not talking about Berlin more so that we're talking about like the characters that he's been paired with.
Yeah, precisely because I think that Susie might end up liking him as a friend, but I don't think she will ever see him as something else.
She doesn't like hate him like that. She probably thinks he's a little bit annoying. Like I imagine that she probably like like I mentioned, like she probably just she's understanding or like that he probably just he needs friends. He needs friends. And I imagine that she probably she as she tends to like stretch the the olive branch, like whatever the saying is, uh, I feel like she probably will be willing to like hang out with him and like they could probably like connect when some of Bertie's incidents, like we do see that Susie does like like video games and like all that stuff, and I mind that she probably like in a weird way she probably like could find interest in like barely sharing his own interest with her. I feel like they could probably like I could see them being good friends, not like the best friends, but like I feel like Susie would probably would probably like willingly like hanging out with him.
I think we're going in similar terms in how we were describing Noel and Bertley. Like
Yeah,
they are good friends and they might be good friends for a long time, but not really a good couple. I
I
think
I
I don't think they will enjoy being with each other in
yeah.
longer periods.
In a way,
So
I will say that even Burdell has like a better like chemistry with with Burley, in comparison to with Susie Creed, like I mentioned, like they are already friends. They already connect a lot in many different ways. They are already like very they already care a lot about each other. Meanwhile, Susie just like literally just met Burley like the day prior to to the last chapter we have.
mhm.
Yeah, like I could say like I could say this one probably like coming here like right after Burdell, like like that's it's like it's in a very similar boat in both of these, but like this one at least has a little bit of a leg up to this one.
Yeah, I have similar opinions on all three ships. It's not a surprise that they end up in a similar placement
Yeah,
in the ranking.
yeah. I'm sorry, Bartley. Yeah, you just you need to work on your on your performance.
If people want me to say something positive about Burley, I'm going to say it right now in the
I
next
mean, we've been saying positive things about Bartley already. It's just like
on a
that,
Burley ship. That's a better way of putting it.
yeah, the next one. Yeah. This one is the one that changes things a lot.
Yeah,
This one is a completely different case. Currently, that sounds that feels so weird to say out loud. Currently,
Curtly. Curtly.
yeah.
Yeah, I had never
Uh,
said it aloud.
Chris expertly. I really like this ship. I really do. I don't know why, but it's just like it just it's just really really fun. Like it's just like in a weird way like works really really well. Like
I I remember when chapter 2 came out, and then obviously everyone starts to draw everything that they want to do, and they start to discuss everything that they want to discuss. And then I see people that were shipping these two guys, and I was like, hell no. I didn't like it at first, but I don't know why I had that immediate reaction. And the more time passed, the more it started growing on me, and more, and I realized, wait, this is actually really good. Why did I hate this immediately?
yeah, like
Where was the
that's
reaction
the
coming from?
usual reaction. Like like because like that feel like intentional. Like at first you like kind of assume that Burley and Chris don't really like each other or don't really care about each other, but like as you continue to learn more about Burley, you start realizing, wait, Chris and Burley are friends. And, like that they're like they're like in this group with like Burley, Chris, Noel. Like they do hang apparently do hang out the three of them together. Like Burley and Chris will play games together. Like in a way, it seems like Chris is aware of how easy it is to set off Burley. Like annoy him, make him go on like rants and stuff like that. And in a very Chris way, I can imagine them doing that intentionally just to like have just like mess with him, just for fun.
And Chris has a lot of troubles in their life, and the funny thing is that Barely is not related to anything to
Yeah,
them, so they actually hang together, uh, and they actually interact a lot together
Yeah, just
in
uh,
before the game,
you know,
unlike Noel or well Susie, but Susie is a different case.
yeah, that friend from school, that that friend or your friend from school that you end up hanging out a lot by omission, and that you probably end up like becoming becoming closer together, and like you know you see this ship a lot around, that of barely like not particularly like caring about Chris, but like slowly in a weird way like ends up gravitating towards them, like you know opposite attract, like barely is like the very like uh like very dedicated with school, like very following the rules, acting by the book. Meanwhile, Chris is, the troublemaker, the rebel, the weirdo.
Something really cool about Chris' personality is that they are really mischievous. They are really a prankster and somebody that can drive people crazy if they push enough buttons. And I think that that's why Chris matches so well with so many characters that you can see in this very frame we have right now how many characters Chris is being shipped with,
Yeah,
and that's
I see a
why
lot of I see a lot of yellow and green.
yeah, and that's precisely why I think they work really well with Burley.
Yeah,
That they are a really good opposite that complement each other.
you know,
And Chris is someone that can help Burley be more like the person he probably should be,
yeah,
not somebody so strict, not somebody who's so pressure upon on
yeah,
himself.
yeah. Get it, Chris, probably likes, Chris, probably by hanging out so much with Barley sees right through, right through his, through him, knows how to mess with him, and like knows when Barley probably needs to like take a moment to just relax, to just uh you know in a probably like a very in a very Chris way, by annoying him, intentionally trying to get him to, just like chill for a second, just like relax, stop overthinking stuff, just I can see Barely, while being annoyed by it, probably like would probably like appreciate that company, Noel, Noel is nice. Noel is a good friend. But like besides like the end of chapter 2, I very scarcely could see Noel like clapping back at Barley for like the things he does, like telling him that how much of
And
a moron he's been.
they tease each other so much throughout the chapters. It's a dynamic that I enjoy the more I replay every chapter. You can see how they have a genuine friendship in there that
Yeah,
it's completely developed outside the scope of the chapters, and it's really good that you add
yeah,
this to
yeah.
to the character of Chris.
Like that moment in the prior to the Barley battle where you can say that that you had the opportunity to say it, like that Chris will scrub I think it was like scrub their like smart toilet or something like that, and like they point out that Chris says yes so enthusiastically, which in a way ends up like making Barley annoyed because like that's not what they should be saying.
There's so many stuff Chris says that we have zero control about it. That's on their own. I didn't tell them to say that. Like the wrong number song, they bring up the option, not us. And that's probably my favorite interaction between the two because it is immediately
Oh,
followed by the Domino's line,
oh
which
god,
is probably one of the best lines in the
ah,
entire game. I was so shocked when he said that.
that,
Barely, oh, are you okay for all of that? Okay.
yeah, the chapter for phone call, man. Is probably one of my favorite jokes, like, that Barry said, like, you know what they say about Domino's, Chris? You are next.
You're next. It's really good. I wasn't expecting Burley to have such a great comeback in the next chapter after playing 3. You see what I mean? I really like Burley, and I think this is one of the better options he has.
Yeah,
Probably the best one. I don't think I like one of his ships as much as
yeah.
the others that we have.
It,
But
it, you know, Yeah, it is one of the best one, one of the bad ones. It's just like their personalities work so well together. Like opposite, like complete opposite to like the other ones with the rest of the funga, the main funga. Like this one really does a trick.
They completely is align with each other in so many ways, and it's a really fun couple. You
Yeah,
can see it that you can see it working on like the rest of the ones we just discussed.
yeah. It's just fun. Like the very like constantly stress, constantly I had to do this, I had to do these things, I had to be like this, I had to act like this. Way of Burley versus Chris, just just chill, man. Just relax, man.
Chris
But
doesn't
it's
really care about anything.
kind of similar in a way
Uh-huh.
to like Burley and Susie, but like this one does work a little bit better because they do already have a pre-established relationship, as friends.
Yeah, and even if they weren't, I think Chris is more explosive
Yeah,
personality
and
as far as we know outside of the scope of the game. Probably works better than Susie, who is more of a reserved person,
yeah,
but more easily annoyed. I think I think at the end of the day, Susie and Burley wouldn't tolerate each other a lot, but Chris and Burley probably will tolerate each other.
yeah. Burley probably won't tolerate Chris.
Probably.
uh, so what would you want to say? I feel I do really like this ship. Probably one of my favorite ones. Just in the invite, it's just fun. It's just really fun.
I I don't think I like it enough for an S rank, but
Yeah,
it's an easy A that I I'm sorry for the people who really like it, but I don't think it's scraping the S tier. More around an A, high
yeah,
A
yeah.
probably.
I will agree. I probably like the highest A possibly.
Yeah, I think so because I think I like it more than the other two.
Yeah, high A, practically like scratching at the S rank. You know,
See, people, I told you that I wanted him to be happy.
you know, barely support group here. Uh,
Yep.
this is that I also want to mention that it's not like really connected to the discussion of the ship. Also, we already decided the position, but like, I don't. I'm trying to remember because like I do think in chapter 3 in the glowing snow section, with the TVs in the
Oh,
background. I
oh, I know where you. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that
I know what you're going to talk about.
yeah, when Rousey asks Chris if who they're going with, and that you had the option to say Burley, that Rousey apparently points out that Chris is just like Burley, Burley,
Bird. Yeah,
Burley.
yeah. It's also one of my favorite interactions relating to Berkeley, and I'm sure that it's not that Chris doesn't like Berkeley or something. It's just that when you have the option of going between Susie and Noel and Berkeley, and you pick him, I will probably also be really weirded out and question it. Like, you seriously made me pick him over the other two?
Yeah, like
It's a really funny scenario,
yeah,
and I think that's a lot more to the dynamic we have with them
yeah, because like I mentioned,
right
like I
now.
imagine that Chris probably doesn't like dislike Burley too much, and it's more just like just like so perplexed that you picked him out of the other three, because like Ross is also included in that selection. Like he's like
Oh yeah,
they're just like
Odyssey is also included.
yeah, they're just like really him.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I do wonder if we are going to actually follow through and force him to go with Chris in the next chapter. I need to make an entire playthrough just so I have Burley and them together.
uh, the the kissing the braces route.
uh, I want to see more of them, please, Toby. I know that Burley isn't available in like half of the game by technicality, but please just
Yeah,
ignore that.
chapter
Add more of him.
chapter 5 trust. There's like a lot of chapter 5 trust in what could happen in it, but like trust in this one.
Yep.
Uh, Okay, so next one. One I don't. That one I feel like this gonna probably be your first no opinion one. Uh,
Yeah.
blue pink. The blue Addison X the pink Addison. Uh,
I mean, it's alright. I also don't hate it, but like I said earlier, I don't know anything about these guys individually. So
yeah, like I mean, yeah, what like was what's there to say? What's there to say about this? Like, I know that Blue in particular is the one that says that he was the one that went to check on Spanton when he got the phone call. But like, I have no idea what it if there's something particular about Pink. I have zero clue. And we already established when we ranked the Addison's Polycule plus the Trash Goblin. I don't particularly care much about the Addisons separately as characters.
I think at least with the other ship we did with them, we had a lot more to discuss. Like right now, I cannot say anything other than if you like it, fine. If you don't like it, also fine.
Yeah, like I don't care really. Like if it wasn't the other four Addisons, I could probably at least say that it does at least sound funny in concept. Like this group of sales people, like this fine young gentleman sales people that uh that are also in a polycule, because why
Yeah,
not? But like it's just these two, just like it's fine, I guess.
because of ships like this is why the no opinion category exists.
Yep. There you go, the first one. I wonder how many are gonna be here, because like I do feel like we probably have you know, we probably can discuss a lot about even the weirder ones. It's just like this one feels so random in comparison.
Glossing over, I can see like two of these that I will also put in no opinion, but we'll get there eventually.
Yeah. Uh okay, so the next one we have is uh a, an interesting one, a fascinating one, I would say. Blue Screen. That's a really good name. That's such a good
Actually,
name.
yes, probably one of the better ones that we have
Yeah.
had so far.
Yeah, so we have, Carol X the Queen, which, this is a really fun one when you start considering, how Dark Wars like work as this like based on the mind of who creates them, and like
Hmm.
the high possibility uh, that that Queen is basically like a weird like like it's Sunday. Why is the work chat writing it on? I mean, on Saturday. Uh,
Didn't you mute this?
I didn't mute it, but like I was like, they haven't written anything the whole day. Like, why should I? Okay, there you go. It's now
You know
muted.
that's a fair assumption.
Like they haven't done, they haven't said anything the whole day. Like they decided to do it just now. I'm gonna. Okay, let me start this again. Blue screen, Queen, that. This is an interesting one, which if you start considering the whole like Dark Worlds are the reflection of whoever made the content. In a way, Queen is like a weird like cartoon parody version of Carol, which like it's just so fun in concept, and like like in a way I can see this maybe work. I can see this working in like a weird way. Like the two like like uh gaslight gatekeep girl boss blue rulers in a way of the respective leaders in the respective communities. Like Carol is like the more serious one, like no funny business. Meanwhile, Queen is all about the funny business. You know,
That's also why I didn't consider this couple at first until I saw the list, and as soon as I saw it, I started thinking that they will mesh really well because
yeah,
they
in a
have
weird way.
very strike in a weird way. They have very striking similarities about being evil and mother-like figures, but they are also really different. They are complete opposites in terms of personality. Queen
Yeah,
is such an extrovert, out there person who wants to make her presence known to everyone and wants to like bring everyone around her. And Carol, well, Carol, we don't really know everything about her. We're working with a lot of
I mean,
assumptions
we know
here.
that she probably is a lot more reserved in comparison. She's a lot more.
Yeah,
She probably
cold.
is more of a small gathering than
Uh huh.
meanwhile Queen is probably like all about like large big parties with like loud music, giant speakers. And like in a way I could see that like making them gravitate towards each other, like like probably like they could find like attractive data about each other, you know I could see Carol like being like you know uh in a way like fascinated, like impressed by like Queen's whole deal, like that that she gets to do all these, that she's she's the the highest power in her world, and she gets to like just let loose whenever she wants. So, like it's just like she's just she probably will be like a really like interesting partner to have. You wouldn't be bored as a single day in your life. And I could see
I
Queen in turn trying to like get Carol to like be more out there, like be less cold, but in a way probably be like, oh hey, well I could imagine Queen be like, oh hey, that's so hot in an ironic way, her coldness.
this is one of those ships where they have zero canon fundaments to bring them together. But when you start to analyze and pick apart what their characters are, you see how they can connect really well.
Yeah,
That's why I reiterate I appreciate
yeah.
so many of these
The,
ships
the
around here.
vibes the vibes are immaculate. I
Ye-
cannot really think about the
Yeah,
ship in like a more deeper way compared to like the other ones we talk about here, but like what it what it likes in like uh like a deep like thoughtful like talk, it really makes up for it, like really good vibes, really good like you know just they,
and
it just
I,
looks cool.
and I don't consider Queen necessarily a villain anymore. Like after her chapter, but I am a sucker for villain couples, like
Yeah,
just two Disney villains being together, and I think this one kind of fits the criteria. Some of the others will fit the criteria, but this one, I think that's also part of why I like the union of the two Blue mothers, and also
yeah,
considering the fact that she fell in love with Rudy,
yeah.
it's
I want to
natural
say
that
that. I want to say that too.
yeah, yeah, great minds think alike. I think it's natural that she will find some sort of attractiveness in someone that is not just like her.
Her husband. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I was gonna say that too, and then I was also gonna say that hey, I feel like Queen and Rudy would probably like be really good friends. I feel like they have a lot in common in their their personalities.
they will really be the soul of the party.
Yeah. So and you do the comparison of like Disney villains couple. And like I could like make like a really funny comparison here. Like this feels like if you were shipping Maleficent with with the Hearts Queen from Alice in Wonderland. Like it's
Yeah,
so random, so weird, but like in a way it kind of works.
yes, you're getting the idea that I'm painting. You're getting the picture. That's what I'm saying with
Yeah,
these two. It works and surprisingly well. Even if I sometimes have reservations about shipping Darkness and Lightners, this is not one of them really.
yeah. So I mean, what do we feel with this one? Like I feel like we talk a lot of good stuff about this one, but like that's not like you know it's one
Not
that
not
that just
S.
not it. Yeah,
Not
it's one that just works purely on vibes, but like nothing else than that.
maybe. I don't think it deserves the B. Just lower A rank
Yeah.
probably.
No, I will say that maybe maybe I don't think I like it more than Alfield. Like a lot more going on.
in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Alfield,
So
Alfield is good. Alfield is neat, but like this one is really cool.
it's really fun,
Yeah,
and this is type of shipping between characters that don't interact with each other that I like, and I appreciate that people, because I assume somebody must be shipping them. I
I've
appreciate
seen
that
a lot
people
of fan art with them.
have this. I don't remember seeing a lot of them, but I'm sure they exist.
Yeah,
It just hasn't crossed my circle.
yeah. I seen a lot of it, and and it's really good fan art. You know,
Yeah.
that game is like it has like that vibe for like two Disney villains just like doing like villainy stuff and like looking really cool while doing so.
Hmm.
So I feel like this title is a little bit like weirdly arranged. Like it's also probably like that I accidentally moved some stuff around.
It's arranged in alphabetical order, I believe.
Is it? Oh yeah, it
Yeah.
is. Huh. Well,
Which is funny because you have a lot of the heavy hitters in the beginning, and you end up with some of the weirder ones at the end.
yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of good ships that start with the first couple letters of the alphabet. Funny enough.
Yeah.
Uh, okay, so the next one we have here is we have actually another fun one here. Brat Cat, Bratty X Catty. Just just that is really fun cat. The whole thing they have going on here, like like they are just like with the other cutters, they are destined to like end up being friends. So you just kind of like see throughout the chapters, just like how how hard Bratty keeps trying to like convince herself that no, we are not friends, we are rivals, we are enemies, we are rivals. It doesn't matter that we like all the same stuff we do, like we end up always doing the same things, and that it's also actually kind of nice hanging out with each other. But like no, we are enemies, you're my enemy, we are not friends, it's
When
just
I
so
when I
funny.
think about the waiting period between chapters, there's so much stuff I expect that I sometimes don't think about minor aspects of the story. But after playing chapter 4, their relationship is one of the things that I look forward the most in the rest of the chapters, and what the hell they do with them and how
Yeah,
they bring them together, because that's the inevitable thing that's going to happen. So
yeah,
someone out there wants them to be together, and maybe that's fate,
the universe.
the universe itself.
Yeah, it's just like it's like I coming from Undertale, like I really like their dynamic together. That's really fun. Like this like, oh my god, my bestie, my best friend. Oh, like they just it's really fun there. And it's equally just as fun like seeing it like seeing it like creeping in Deltarune. This
It was a really funny joke in the beginning, and it was especially for me because I played Undertale and then immediately played for the first time Deltarune, just jumping from them being the best friends forever to straight up enemies that hate each other. It was a really funny gag to see how
yeah,
different things were,
I
but I
think
was surprised with how well Toby was handling the reunion of them, the slow but eventual friendship that they will be building up.
yeah, it's also funny how like I think it's like chapter 2 or maybe chapter 4. I don't remember that like
Hmm.
Carrie doesn't even like Carrie like also like it's kind of in it too, like oh my god, like my enemy, like my copy gate or whatever. But like I think like there's like a
Hmm.
point where she's like, wait, isn't she supposed to be my enemy? Because like she's actually like likes that they have this thing going on. It's like you know it's just it's a fun ship. It's a fun ship, just seeing it like fall into place.
There's a lot to like about them, specifically in Deltarune. I think compared to Alphys and Undyne, where they had a lot of things that carried over from Undertale that makes it great. I like the dynamic of them being frenemies that
Yeah,
eventually goes to friends, enemies to lovers in a very different way.
Yeah,
which is also one of my favorite dynamics. So maybe that's in a way something that I like more about this ship compared to the other ship that carries over from Undertale. But that's also being something that I didn't quite see at the beginning because like I said earlier, I sometimes prefer if best friends stay as best friends, and I'm not saying that this is the case, but because I do like them as a couple,
yeah,
but I also like them as friends. It's something I feel a little mixed about it.
yeah, yeah. It is understandable, you know. I think that's something that also I like about the relationship of why I think this also works. You know, this whole like joke with them is that you know the game does also go through the effort of like differenti- differentiating each of them. You know, like like Carrie like is the more like airhead like dumber of the two. Like you know, she's like she's she's in it as well. Like the disliking one another, but like she's not really like serious about it. She's just like kind of just going with the flow as she always does in everything with her life. You know, she's you know she's just there to have fun and maybe like drink whatever water thing she finds. Meanwhile, like Bratty, as you know, as the name suggests, you know, she's like the meaner of the two. That you know, like you don't really think about it, but like Bratty in Deltarune is kind of like the worst in a way. You know, she's like she's like very rude to towards Kathy. You know, with you know like what you know, but Kathy is like really genuinely like annoyed at her. Like Bratty does seem to be a little bit more in that way, and like she's you know the whole thing of like catfishing burger pants, like just you know Bratty is kind of a jerk, which is why I think it's so funny that that against everything she's trying to do, the universe just like keeps trying to like mash her and carry together to make sure that they are the best friends.
From the perspective of Chris, Carrie is like so sweet that you just get tired of her. You get annoyed by her sweetness and
Yeah,
how aloof she is.
yeah,
And Bratty is the opposite. You get tired of her by how much of a actual brat she is. And
the
well, then
more
again, what can we say? If opposites attract.
yeah, you know, Kathy has like that. You know, I mean, she says she calls herself like she had like a wife, but like and that very like uh very sweet, like extremely sweet aunt, like a like an over not overbearing. What's the word that I find like a yeah, like way too sweet to a point where like you're kind of like where it's too much.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, like, and I mean that probably that's also why Brad. That might be another thing that Brad might not like about Kathy at first, but you know, just like with everything else, she's probably gonna continue like trying to negate that they are friends once in the festival when they are hanging with each other and like playing games and like maybe eating ice cream together and stuff like that. Like it's just. It's just funny. It's just funny. I really want to see where this ends up as.
The apocalypse is probably going to begin, and they're going to be stuck hugging each other, and they're still going to say, "It doesn't mean anything. This doesn't change anything. We're just
Yeah.
hugging each other."
Brad is gonna keep negating it into the wedding.
Yeah, yeah, until they take their vows. It's a really fun idea to have them together in Deltarune more than in Undertale, and that's why I think I like it more here,
Yeah,
and maybe that's why I am more open about the idea of them being together because they don't start as friends. You can see how it eventually develops to that, whereas in Undertale they're just like best friends forever for a long while we have been, and maybe that's why I'm so mixed up because I'm trying to reconcile both of these versions. Because, like I said, I like it. I'm not sure if it's because I already like them as best friends or it's because I genuinely like them. But I'm leaning forward to this being a really good ship
yeah,
romantically.
yeah. I will say on my perspective, I think I actually like a lot more. You know, what Deltarune does with them. It's a lot more of an interesting thing. Like a lot more of a dynamic in that to to say in a way. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
doing a lot more in comparison. It's a lot more active. I will say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I do really enjoy it, and I just think it's fun. So where you know what
Um.
where do you I mean where do you say you think this one could go? Because I don't really have like I don't have like a strong say. This is like I said I really like it. I think it's really fun, but like you know not like that side ship, not like my main thing.
I think A is the survey because I am not so neutral about this one, so that I will vote for B. But I don't know where in A I will put this.
Hmm.
Maybe around where Carol and Queen is, because I do like Asriel and Pizza Pants more.
Yeah,
So
I would agree with that.
middle of the road.
As we are continuing to play ships here, I'm more surprised of how high up Alfor is.
Well, what can I tell you? I ended up enjoying them more than I thought.
It works somehow. It works,
Hmm.
despite it all. Uh, okay, so now the next one, another Bratty ship, Brassy, uh, Bratty X Asriel, which I don't totally remember because like I know that you know I think like both Bratty and and Carrie like find Asriel very attractive, which like I mean I makes sense, like around the same the same age. I like Asriel being like this being like uh so like exceptional this exceptional student, exceptional like kind of person, like just like they hammer into your head that that Asriel like the best at everything and that everyone loves him, and like obviously like the two like girls that have like this boy crazy vibe would be boy crazy about Asriel. But like I don't know, like my thing here is like, and I want to move this one here so we can talk about them back to back. I
Yeah,
mean
yeah, because I think I can lump them together because I have very similar arguments
yeah, like
for both of them.
yeah, it's very similar to both of them. It's just like more. It depends a lot more in like how uh it depends a lot more in like the individual stuff that separates like Bratty and Carrie, and like
Hmm.
trying to like I feel like we can turn them uh together. Like I feel like I think I like the idea of the dynamic of between Asriel and Carrie more than I do with Bratty. Like I feel like with Bratty, Bratty, it's a brat. I feel like probably Asriel will have like a bit of a worse time with her than he will do with Carrie. Carrie's like kind of weird in like the Kattenheimer vibe vibe, like they're all weird, but like she's not like she doesn't do it maliciously. She's just like a little bit of a she's just kind of stupid, but like in a kind way, in a sweet way, you know.
I never stopped to think which of them I like more. But now that you have presented your arguments, I think you might be right because maybe a lot of the things that Barati could have with Asriel kind of leak into some of the things we perceive about this, about her being more tomboyish or rude.
Yeah,
So maybe just for the sake of differentiation, and because I do think that Cathy and Asriel complement each other really well, even if Cathy can be more sweet
overbearing,
and
I would say.
overbearing, yeah, than Asriel, I will give the upper hand to Cathy.
Yeah,
But that's not saying much because I don't think a lot about these two in the first place.
And yeah, I do think occasionally about them, and like yeah, like like I mentioned, like Carrie like does a lot of like has a lot of eccentricities, but like ultimately at the end of the day, like she she has a good heart, like she probably
Yeah,
just she probably just needs a little bit of like uh help realizing, probably like that turn it down from like the 11 to like maybe like a 6 or like an 8 maybe. Meanwhile,
hmm
with Bratty is like a jerk kind of. And I feel like I feel like meanwhile Kathy and Nasir could probably like vibe with each other in a way. I feel like Brady and Kathy would probably like clash a lot more in comparison.
I I agree. I didn't put a lot about thought about it, like I said, but yeah, I'm leaning more towards Kathy right now.
Yeah. So I mean, where do you think like we would place it? And I would place it in like, I don't know, maybe uh, B. Maybe like I don't think it's the worst. I just think they probably wouldn't really work as a couple.
I yeah yeah when I go like from lower than B, that's when I don't see the vision and I don't want them to be a couple that much. I don't think they should be a couple, but I also don't hate the idea of them being together. I know for a fact that I will put Kathy in like B, but Bratty, I yeah I think so too. It's for being fair.
Uh,
B well for both of them,
yeah,
in my
B this
opinion.
one over this one. I think
Yeah.
can I do something? Can I say something? Can I like that one to move some stuff around because like I know that you know like because we talk a lot about per se or like we don't really have like an issue with it. It's just like we don't really care about it.
hmm
I don't know. It feels weird having it be below Brady and Asriel, where that one is more like yeah, they probably would work as a couple, but like I don't know, like it's weird. Like one is like they probably wouldn't really like that much being together. I mean, what the other one is so like I don't really see how they could be together.
hmm
It's just, it's hard. It's complicated. It's complicated than to like put all this shit in like a very like neatly organized list of what we think about each other.
Yeah.
Uh, I think we can probably leave it as is.
Yeah, I think for now that's how I feel about it. I don't think a lot about my opinions on them will change
Yeah,
in the next chapter, but we'll see. Maybe I come up thinking something different.
yeah. Okay, so I, we got a weird one here. A strange one. Captain X Clover, which doesn't even have a ship name, probably because they both start with C. Uh, I feel like this is mostly based on the fact that I think Captain mentions that he wishes there were like ladies I don't I he wishes there were ladies in the fighting dojo and like I don't know. I feel like he probably does like mention Clover and like maybe like wanting to hang out with Clover because Clover is like 3 girls, but like I don't know. I feel that it exists, but like I also don't think that's the case. You know, I feel like that.
I wanted to ask you because I like I said I need a refresher on a lot of things in the game, but when I saw this, I started immediately thinking, did they ever interact? Like, did I miss an interaction and
Like
they interact in some way, or why this one exactly? What made you think about it?
I know Clover is in the fighting dojo, like that's her house, but their house. Uh, that's where the 3 live. I know that Kappan eventually moves into the dojo as well, and like he's always going about like wanting to he's the charming type. He's the deities type. He's always like looking for like the hot babes and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. But
So
even then,
yeah, I just
I don't understand why exactly, but I also don't have a strong opinion about it.
yeah. I mean,
It's
and like
inoffensive.
I know, and I can probably talk about this. And like this one's probably like make it go even like lower than the other is because like I know that the three like the other two heads in like Clover like they are like uh also kind of like a little bit of boy crazy. There's the whole thing on like the battle that they think as Ralsei is cute. I like that they
Hmm.
would probably like would like to like maybe go on a date with him. So like there's that. Uh
Hmm.
I also remember that there's this implication that potentially, possibly, the last head, the shy head, might actually be a lesbian, which is really
Uh huh.
funny in a really, really, really unfortunate way.
I
I think she says that when you ask them about like if they like what kind of boys they like, the last head says that she doesn't like any, and then corrects herself to say that she likes all. And like that's funny. Like
I
that's it. That's like the most explicit thing we ever gotten to like a character having a preference to only one gender.
that's really interesting because I did remember that line of dialogue, but I didn't process it. Like now you mentioned, like duh, of course it means that of course it means more than it does. I thought it was like a funny gag, but then no, that you're totally right.
Yeah,
It's the first time that I think that we have seen someone confirm to have a preference for ignoring one gender, which is interesting. I think something that I really praise the story that Toby writes is how natural he incorporates so many weird elements to it. Like
yeah, like
queer people are just there and exist without trying to really put a spotlight in it.
yeah, and Toby, also making like this one like I like a joke with it, with like creating this character that it having the other two heads be being really into guys and having one head be really not into them. Like it's really funny, like and a really unfortunate way, which going into this ship also becomes an issue
A
here because
problem.
like the other two heads might be into Kappa. Like I can probably see them like being into his vibe. He's cool. Like hey, what's up? Like weird like surfer vibe. Meanwhile, the last head probably will be like very 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 unhappy in their relationship.
I started to make me to try to remember if we have another Clover ship with more than one people because I think that's the only ideal scenario that all three of them are going to be happy.
Yeah, unless it's like that's the tragedy of Clover that like the heads are always going to be at odds with each other. uh
You know that's one of the things I appreciate about our conversations. I have ended up with a better perspective than when I started this recording because I went from not thinking about anything about this ship to kind of digging it and seeing the tragic aspect of it.
yeah, like that's also why I wanted why I want to do it. Like I am the one that thinks a lot about all of these like different characters, and I I need to I need to release it out of my body somehow. And this is a good opportunity to do that.
Let me tell you, this is probably the most I have talked about Cap in a long time.
Yeah,
Cap is one of those characters that I forget sometimes about, and I think people sometimes forget about.
I mean, both
Chapter
both
two has been a long while
but both of
ago.
them, that's probably like the most anyone has talked about Cap and Clover together in a sentence, in multiple
Yeah,
sentence. Yeah, like
we must feel proud about this for being the first person to talk about this for more than 5 minutes.
yeah. So yeah, what we said, like this ship by by the weird like concept of its existence cannot work. It's designed to not function.
I I, I was thinking that the C rank I was going to leave it for something that I absolutely despised, but I think maybe this is a sing rank because of pure misfortune of not working.
Yeah,
Not that I hate it. I think it's okay,
yeah,
but it
not hate it. It just it just doesn't work.
doesn't work. Yeah,
They kind of like the last head unfortunate this is fun. Like I feel like I tend to think about Clover way more than most people do because of the mere fact that no one thinks about Clover. Like I do. Like I really this is a mode of three in on the polycule, and unfortunately if that the last head probably will object against it. So into zero and it goes, unfortunately, for it.
the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, the first one, it's not even that we don't like it, just like goes into zero by the technicality of, the last one.
Yeah, anything below B is something that I think that doesn't work, but C rank is when it really doesn't start to work.
Yeah. Now we have we have another one here. Capsay, Capan X Ralsei, which I mean, probably some people are gonna be confused about this one. I did see this one on the list. I did try to think about make sense of it in my head. Capan in chapter 2 does tries to flirt with Noel. So on the assumption that Capan is not a creep, I think that's what people. You can make the assumption that Capan is probably around the age or the rest of the Fungan. So that wouldn't so it wouldn't make it weird.
That's interesting because I have never thought about the age of the darkness because that it's a really big headache to think about it. Like, so what? So Tena is literally the age of the TV because TV has been there for a long time, or what
Or,
do we start
or is he
thinking?
the age of the physical TV that's in the house?
Yeah, like it's a bigger headache that I wanted to think about, and that's something I try to avoid. I specifically try to avoid thinking about stuff like this in this video because I have my reservations of shipping darkners and lightners precisely about that because what if Rousey is just like a nothing? Are we shipping Chris with nothing or Susie with nothing?
Yeah,
Or
not to think too much about it. Just let's
yeah,
not
yeah,
make it weird. Let's not make not make it weird. But
of
since
course.
Planagway doesn't have anything going for it, let's not make it worse off.
What I'm saying is that darkness are sometimes weird, and now that we put it with Rousey, that's also something that we bring up because I don't see them having a lot of
Yeah,
things together.
yeah,
Like maybe you said maybe they have the similar range of age, which we know that Rousey is like teenage Rousey, or maybe a little bit older, but around those years.
yeah,
So they have that going at the very least in this scenario, but
yeah.
I don't
Talking about
I
the
don't know.
characters themselves, I mean, they just, I mean, what you what's in here? I feel like this one has even less going for it than Bercy because at least Bercy, you could maybe think about how the personalities could maybe go match together in a weird way, but there's just nothing here. There's nothing here to think about. They're so different to one another. Even more so than Burley. I just don't see I can't even argument for it. I just don't see anything here.
Yeah, which is the same thing, except that I I might go for a C rank. No, again, also not maybe because I don't like it, but I simply don't
I
feel anything could
mean,
be working
I
in
would say
there.
maybe uh no
No
opinion
opinion.
one. We don't.
Yeah, I think it's also fair because, like I said, I don't hate it, but and it's probably not as bad as some others in the list can be, but it's really nothing
It has nothing.
because no,
Nothing going for it.
it makes me want to go look for fan art to see if somebody has actually drawn this ship.
Yeah,
There must exist, but I need to confirm
anyone,
that.
it's probably it probably does exist, but like it probably gonna take a while to get to it.
Of course, of course. I still think it's a valid ship, just not something that I think many people have thought about.
Yeah. Okay, so okay, now we have a an interesting one. One that I know I have a mutual in Twitter that does really like this one in particular.
I actually remember one time I was talking with a friend. She was talking about Rudy and Asgore, and I said something like, "Hey, if Asgore gets Rudy, it's only fair that Toriel gets Carol." And you know what? That's fair. I
Yeah,
said it as a joke, but then now I think about it. Yeah, that's kind of fair.
yeah.
It's
We
valid.
do the introduction. Carol, X, Toriel.
Toriel.
Yeah, Carol. Yeah, like I said, like I have a mutual on Twitter that like prior to chapter the chapter 3 and 4, like they were really into this ship, like surprisingly so. And like it's funny like that with chapter 3 and 4, this ship, the interpretation of this ship like got reinforced even harder. It's like we see in chapter 4 that like Toriel doesn't particularly like Carol in a way, like she, naturally, like Carol is a lot more distant with her family and her kids, a lot more, she's a lot more of giving the cold shoulder. Meanwhile, Toriel is a lot more warm, a lot more loving, a lot more like of constantly expressing her care, her love for her family and her kids, and like uh that kind of like makes them a little bit of like gives them a little bit of like an interesting rivalry with each other, which a rivalry doesn't mean that they had to be bad. That doesn't mean that they had to hate each other all the time. But like in the end of the day, they are probably they've probably been friends for a long while. Probably even longer. They've been probably friends even before the friends know each other, even before like the each married their respective kind male wife.
Mm-hmm.
Like like a lot of this shit, like my opinion on this shit, like based on my mutuals, like constant talking about it, that like they had like I could see them having like this weird like uh like hate like kind of like a rivalry hate to wanting to kiss each other pipeline in a way, you know. Uh
Like similar to enemies to lovers, but not that
Enemies to
extreme.
lovers. Yeah. And like, like I can't picture in my head this idea of like them in high school of like, like uh you know, probably like in a party like Carol and Tori like arguing about like whatever. Like I will imagine that these two probably had been like at odds with each other in like for a long while, but like maybe like 30 minutes later you then end up finding them like in like a closed closet somewhere in the party, like making out or something, like that like with a lot of Carol shit depends a lot of what you think about what kind of personality is, but like I mean like with what we have on the surface level, like there's a lot you can like have happen here.
And it's also taking a bit from what we had already said about Queen, because Queen also very likely has a lot of elements taken from Toriel. So you have a couple of two mothers that they deal with a lot of troubles with their children. That they
Very
probably
different
both of them drink
ways.
wine, and that they probably have been adults against each other, and they are pretty different in how they treat their children, and yet again they share so many qualities. So it's like a weird reflection of each other. That I'm sure that's probably the
Yeah,
the point that Toby was trying to make.
you know,
The duality between how Carol treats Noel and how Toriel treats Chris. And that's also why I like this ship a bit more than I initially thought back then. Maybe things it was solidified when I saw Carol, and like every single suspicion I had about her was slowly being confirmed. But aside from the joke that I said that Asgore should be with Rudy and these two should be together, I don't think it's bad. Maybe I don't like it as much as Asgore and Rudy, but I also don't dislike it. In fact, I think I see a lot of it that I could like.
yeah, and it is funny when you consider also like that like Asgore and Rudy is like pure unadulterated fluff of like like the fluffiest fluff you can ever imagine. Meanwhile, uh, Toriel Toriel X Carol is like such unapologetically like uh enemies to lovers, like in a like, God, you are so annoying, but that's like that makes you so that makes you so hot in a way.
Yeah, probably when they were younger, when they were having college classes together and going to college parties, because I think that they have evolved so much when becoming maternal figures. So I think that it's a ship that might have worked in a different time than when the game takes place. On Unlike what I was saying about Asgore and Carol in last time we were talking about it. But
Yeah,
I still see it. I still see it, and I still understand it. This is one of those ships that I see why people would really like it, unlike some others.
yeah, like yeah, I got I got this like the kind of couple that like it's always like arguing with each other and like always like always like reprimanding the other, you know.
Hmm.
But
Or
like
disagreeing in how they should take things,
yeah, but like
and debating until they find a common ground.
yeah, but like that they still somehow end up making it work in a way, like you know, uh, their differences probably could be like what could make them you know gravitate towards each other, towards one another, like 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 we mentioned, like Carol is like way more colder towards like colder and like strict towards her children,
Hmm.
and in turn, that Toriel is like absolutely hands off regarding anything about Chris, which is why Chris is the way they are right now, because of how little like actual involvement uh Toriel has with like how Chris might be dealing with stuff. I can see that like a way on like they in a way like they like arguing with each other, like uh arguing like pointing each other's flaws in a way could maybe like make each other better in the end. It's,
Yeah,
it's
it's
an
one of those.
it's an
Uh-huh.
interesting ship to think about.
It's a very interesting one. It's one that I think that people might be overlooking.
Yeah,
I know there's probably ships that have a bit more to talk about, but I do think it's really it's really interesting, and it's really good.
yeah. So
But
but
I
what?
am not sure where to put it. That's what I have been thinking right now.
Yeah. Hmm. I will say like maybe thinking a little bit about like my opinions on these other ones. Like maybe I do like it a bit more comparison to to Alfia. Like, but poor Alfia, like it keeps getting like beaten
Yeah,
beaten lower and,
it's
and
getting
lower.
sidelined. Yeah. Uh huh.
It's just like it has like a lot more like like going on there, like a lot more. You know, I feel like there's a lot more to be enjoy here. Meanwhile, Alfia is a lot more like uh static
It's
in
more
a way.
it's more straightforward. Like
Yeah,
you know what you're getting in here. And with Carol, I think we had more to discuss than when discussing her relationship with Alphys.
yeah. But but also comparing it to the one we have here, like I do think like while I do like this one a lot, I do think like maybe Blue Screen is probably like a lot more fun to think about. Yeah,
Yep, agreed.
yeah. So day 3. Like I'm gonna be curious to see how many days this ends up being by the by once we get through all of the ships. I did tell you in the DMs that we have gone through. When was it? It was like 21, I think.
20 something, like
Yeah,
21, 24.
21, which seems like a good number. Uh, out of 164. So yeah,
Oh,
let's say that
it's
a little bit
it's a
of a long
lot.
run. Yeah,
It's a lot, but I think that we are also getting into the meteor ones, and we are also like discussing some of the same characters, so it's going to go faster and faster eventually.
yeah, yeah. This is like, I feel like this might end up being like, as I know that some of these tireless videos end up being like really long. I have a feeling this might end up going to up to maybe 8 hours.
We're really trying to beat your record for the longest video, considering you have like 8 hour streams playing Silksong.
Oh no, there's no way we're gonna beat that. I had some streams that go over like 10 hours.
Yeah, I had stayed a long time in those streams. I remember.
Yeah. The Odyssey. Oh well, continuing, not make these pauses too long. I don't remember which one we left on last. Now the next one, which some of these might be
I
like,
think
oh,
I think it was Carriel, the last one we did in the
yeah,
last session.
yeah, and this might be a little bit different. I did move some of the things in between sessions. I was thinking of time to like maybe organize them with characters so like the conversation is a little bit more streamlined, but that will take a while. There's too many here.
Yeah,
So let's just
I
continue.
think we can switch up when we feel like it's appropriate to talk about a character.
Yeah. So yeah, the next ship, which we are now starting to enter the Sobi likes calling them the Troples, which is an interesting word. I wasn't familiar with it up until before chapter 3.
I knew about the word. I was just surprised that Toby used the word. Like, of course he will know about the word. I just wasn't expecting him to use it in this game.
Yeah. What's surprising, and it was surprising, and it was surprising how like I don't know, how to say, how open it was, just thrown around like, oh yeah, that that was it was Ruska's entire like motivation in that chapter, and like just like casually throwing that Ruska thought that the party was a trouble.
It was a really fun acknowledgement to the fact that a lot of people ship those three together.
Yeah,
I felt like it was really curious to see it materialize in the game.
yeah. We'll get to those later. Right now
Eventually,
we are still with the parents. With the first ones is Caro. How do you pronounce this? Caro Gore. Carol Rudy Asgore, which I feel like with some of these like the Sistropos ship, we're gonna probably like not have much to say about it because most of what we had to say about like each individual character we already said, when talking about their respective ship with one another. This basically you're the same, but it's like the three of them together.
this kind of boils down to who do you think fits better? Like which of the two goats do you think fits better in the sandwich?
Yeah, I mean, this is basically just like the holiday marriage plus Asgore Cinder, which I don't think Rudy will like object like too much. I feel like maybe Carol will have like a little bit more of a that she's like very reserved and all that. I feel like she might have her reservations for it, but I feel like they could make it work. I think Asgore is Asgore. he's a really easy person to get along with.
Yes, I think Carol can be convinced about the idea of opening up because
Yeah,
I feel Rudy will be very open, uh, no matter who it was. But I also think that Asgore is a person that can easily fit like in the middle of the dynamic. I feel he's like a really lovable person when he's not suffering from depression and hysteria about a mystery. So
yeah,
it makes sense when you start to like consider the whole situation of how it will go down. Maybe not the beginning, but when you think about it, like, yeah, why not? I feel like it's a plausible idea.
yeah. You know, we argue, you know, why we think that you know both Asgore and Rudy and Asgore and Carol can work. You know, particularly like you know Asgore and Rudy like can work really well. So yeah, I think this basically just like you know more the same, but you know it can still work, and you know like you know basically just you know this other two like combine.
Yeah, it will be really funny for the kids to see that their families are now like strictly glued together. Like
Pero bueno,
imagine going from the divorce of the divorce to this. That's a
yeah,
really curious scenario.
yeah, you know, you know, it is also curious, you know, when or in what circumstances we consider like this could happen, you know.
Uh huh.
But and, you know, we'll get to because I know I also see it here somewhere around here that there's like the four like both the dreamers and the holidays all in one.
I was trying to find it, but I thought I was hallucinating it. But yeah, I'm sure it exists somewhere.
It's somewhere in here.
They're they're in the last
Here,
order.
you
Yeah.
should probably move it here to like tag along with them. Uh, so yeah. So you know where we you know we don't where we should. No, I got the bigger question is what to put this. Like you know, it has like all the added like good stuff about with of Asgore Rudy.
I feel like I don't like it that much. Not that I am against polyamory or anything. I just think I like their dynamic alone
Yeah,
instead of adding Carol. So maybe an A rank, possibly.
a rank. What is there? What is also over? I mean, yeah, the Asgore X Rudy, like you know, it gives a boost over the basic Asgore X Carol.
Yeah, it's like the literal middle point.
Yeah. So, but you know, where along this list, I feel like I do think I prefer like all these others compared to this one.
Yeah, I don't think I like it more than Alfield, so maybe I don't know how much I like 25 Shadow Guys. That one's is really unbeatable.
No,
That's like the
it has
quality.
a lot of charm to it.
Yeah, that's like the quality assessment for the A ranks. Like, is it really better than the 25 Shadow Guys? And if not, does it deserve an A rank? I think it deserves it, but maybe not better than 25 Shadow Guys. That's
Yeah,
just
you know,
really
yeah,
unbeatable.
you know that was also what I'm saying about you know this you know polyamory, you know this triple, quadruple, whatever you want to say, that kind of shit that you know that you know despite that you might think that you know it's just you know well it's basically you know the same as these other relationships that we talked about before. You know, it does like change a little bit the dynamic when you start thinking about it. You know, all you know, three-person dating each other, multiple person dating each other. You know, things start to change there. You start considering, you know, how well like they can work things out. But you know, it's different. It tends to be, of course, it tends to be different.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we're already starting to bring this up because one of the bigger ships down in the list. I think that's even more interesting to start considering so many mismatch of characters.
Yeah,
But I think this is a good throuple in my opinion.
yeah. Okay, now the next one is a similar one. We switch out the goat in the middle. Carudiel, Carol, Roddy, and Toriel in this instance. Which, Like I mentioned, like
I think
and
I
I
think
have
this will be like. Oh, I think this will be canon Asgore's worst nightmare.
uh let's get into a trouble and not tell Asgore.
Yeah, poor guy.
Uh, like I feel like I don't have that as much to say about like I feel like I have even less to say about this one because we actually like talk or thoughts about then then Carol and Rudy in a trouble. I mean, like we talk about probably like Carol and Tori like will tend to like clash a lot. And it does seem like Toriel does get along well with have we we haven't ranked Toriel and Rudy yet, have we?
There is one because I generally don't remember.
I
Uh,
I don't believe so. At least I don't see it.
no, I don't remember seeing it. Interesting.
Well, if it is not that, then we have the chance now to talk about it here.
Uh huh.
That Toriel and Rudy, it doesn't seem like they are like they do get along well. As not really as Rudy, who's like so goody buddy with everyone he knows. And we have that moment in the Tena flashback where Rudy was the last one to stop coming over to the Rimmer's house tutorial. So that does show that there's a connection there beyond just Rudy being Asgore's friend.
Uh huh. Yeah, like it's a genuine friendship that they seem to conserve in the in during the times of in which the chapter is going on, because he even says that they thought Chris was being forced to come to visit him, so maybe that's like something that he was expecting from Toriel
Yeah,
to still keep checking on his health during the the sickness that he has.
yeah, there are friends. There are like a group of like friends. High school friends to adult adulthood friends. Adulthood is a word? I think it is.
I think it is.
Yeah, they do seem like to get along well. Like maybe not. Of course, not like the same as Asgore and Rudy, who are like the best of friends ever. But she does seem to like be in a better understanding with him in comparison to Carol. It does seem like she can get set off easily by Rudy's own like shenanigans, like like what happens in the church in chapter 4, where where he just keeps messing around and totally just like throws a bit of punch on him. But that
Mhm.
doesn't to be more like just like uh casual, something between friends, not nothing like that serious.
Yeah, just playful stuff.
Yeah, playful fun. And yeah, like you mentioned, like the tutorial does seems like she is generally very concerned of what's happening with him alongside Asgore and more probably likely Carol.
Hmm.
So yeah, I feel like now thinking of them as a couple, I feel like you know uh them as a couple, I think that it could probably work out.
I, I think it cool. Like that's probably not what my trouble is. It's just I think maybe I also don't see Toriel that much in the dynamic of those two. Like I can see Asgore slotting in easily, but maybe not Toriel. But then
Yeah,
again, I am not against the idea. I don't think this is a bad one after all.
yeah.
Like,
I feel like the bigger issue in this in this trouble is Carol and Totten. Like they will clash a lot, like way too much. But comparison to like the base Cariel, you do have the bonus there that there's you have Rudy there to like mediate between them.
yeah, that's also really fair. Like, I think that Rudy is like the balance between both of them.
Yeah,
While I think it's more engaging to have them like both in, it's like in like a semi enemies to lovers dynamic.
Yeah,
I also think it's really cool to have like Rudy also in there to add to their dynamic that
yeah,
they already have.
yeah. I think it can work out. It is kind of funny to think that you know that there is probably some universe, some alternate universe out there where indeed Toriel and Rudy might have ended up in hitting it up together. Like it's not like that are the question when you think about it.
So somebody must have probably already written some fan fiction about that.
Most likely.
Most likely.
So where do we feel this one? Like I do agree with what you said that I do think I like I do think I like the dynamic of like Carol and Tori like uh being at us with each other more. But this one is also neat too.
Yeah, so that's why I think A, along with the other similar ships, is a good rank. But I do think I prefer Ascor's ship over this one,
Yeah,
personally.
yeah, yeah. I agree with that. Uh, yeah, and this was one I was looking for because I want to like I wanted to drag this with the other like Carol and Rudy ships, the solo ones. We have Rudy, Carol ex Rudy, a married woman with her husband. Uh, like I feel like a lot of like Carol ships, as we discussed before. There's a dog back in the background. I don't know if you can hear it. I hope it doesn't like pick up on the recording.
I don't think I can hear it.
Uh, but yeah, like we talked about this before, Arlen, prior that, yeah, you know, you, you, you know, your thoughts on Carol's ship depend a lot on what you think Carol like personality is gonna be moving on forward. You know, I do tend to lean more on the defense of Carol. That yeah, I do imagine that she probably was always this like cold and reserved and like not very like not as like outgoing and like so like open like Rudy is. They're like opposites. Uh,
Hmm.
Rudy is so friendly with everyone. He's always cracking jokes. Always like he's always like checking up on others and stuff like that. And I mean, Carol is, you know, she's reserved. She likes her own time, keeping to herself. You know, she probably like sits in her office listening to like I don't know uh some like moody music while like looking out the window. I might not.
Definitely definitely no evil stuff
Yeah,
or
like
anything like that.
and like I think the best way I can describe them is like Rudy feels like a more of a going to parties, like I don't know, big parties to like and be the soul of the party. Meanwhile, I feel like Carol is probably like prefers like small gathering reunions with family and stuff like that. Not like too loud music and all that. And those don't have to be don't need to mean that that she's bad or that she's a bad person or she doesn't care. I don't think that probably like prior to this, Carol, prior to like all this that happened with this ruling the hospital and all that. I do feel that Carol probably like was a lot more considerate, a lot more caring in her own way. Just because just because a person doesn't like to like just because a person prefers her own company, her own time, doesn't mean that they don't care or that they don't worry for others.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people have trouble imagining them as a couple because they only see the side that they have been shown so far. Like, yeah, obviously Carol is probably not the best person around there, but when you start asking the question of how did they fall for each other, I think it's really logical when you start seeing what the game presents. Like, Rudy is a charming person. I don't have any trouble imagining the he charms such a cold person like Carol.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
can,
what.
you
Uh-huh.
know, I can pick the idea that that Rudy is probably like the only of the few persons that can probably actually like make her like loosen up and smile and actually like have fun and stuff like that. Like it says in the hospital in chapter one when you. I think chapter one or chapter two, I don't remember. When you talk to him, that he said that he usually like balances things out with her, you know that I think of opposites attract. Uh,
Mhm.
Carol, can be really cold. So you have Rudy there who can look out for her. Look out. Make sure that that he doesn't like uh go go too cold. He probably I imagine he probably like understands that side of her, but I just probably like sees the other side of her, the other like uh the other like nicer things about her that are probably like very deep on the the various layers that she shows outwards. Hmm.
Yeah, precisely. I think we still have a lot to see about Carol, and like so far, I hope that they don't have a lot of marriage trouble because, well, I do think that they make a nice couple, and I wish that the game uh makes the effort to show us that instead of just like villainizing Carol despite her probably being an antagonist.
Yeah, I don't feel
Because
like
uh-huh.
you continue.
No, yeah, I think it's a nice dynamic of having like the person that makes someone else's relax and the other one that is more firm but like has her limits shown by the other person. It's a dynamic that I'm pretty sure we have already seen somewhere in the list, but I think that works really well with those two. Like you can, like I said, when you start to think about everything that the game presents, you can see how they feel for each other, and it would be really sad if they, well, they probably won't have a happy ending like many of the Rudy ships, but I wish that they had uh, a hopeful resolution.
Yeah, people tend to focus a lot on how Noel might feel if something happens to Rudy, but like you know it is her husband. I imagine that Carol equally is very very hurt by all this that's happening. You know,
Yeah, we're focusing a lot on December and like finding her. Well, I'm sure that Carol, whatever she's doing, she's also trying to do it because he wants to bring some sort of peace to her husband, either to like actually saving him or at least letting him know that her girl is alright.
Serova once again. I don't know. On the trail yellow.
I'm sorry, what? You cut off a little bit.
Oh, once again, if you know Undertale Yellow,
Ah, yes, of course.
yeah,
It
it
all
is.
comes back to Undertale Yellow.
Yeah, it is. Basically Serova, but in like
Yeah,
canon.
yeah.
Uh,
Undertale Yellow is the blueprint after all.
yeah, and like you did mention that Rudy probably like balances out Carol, and I imagine that equally Carol probably also balances out Rudy as well because Rudy can sometimes like get a little bit too jokey and sarcastic for his own good. We have the whole story of like the key lime pie, or I don't remember what something related. Oh we have the story
The
about
pickup line?
no, we have the. I was thinking the wrong one. I was thinking the key lime pie where Toria like smacked him across the room with a pie.
With a
No,
pie.
no, I was thinking of the when Rudy tells us about how they met.
Yes.
That
Yes, the
he
pickup line. Yeah.
yeah that he came up to her and he said that she was like a fine piece of work, like a hot piece of work, and that she just smacked him out cold. And
Yeah, yeah.
that shows that one Rudy like can can sometimes like get himself in his mouth can sometimes get himself in trouble, and imagine that there Carol like can help him like you know get serious when he probably should be. And
And when you're racing like a daughter like December, you probably need someone who is a little bit more strict than
yeah,
Rudy to balance it out.
Yeah, you need balance in a relationship, and in a marriage, and when raising children, both cover for what the other one lacks, and both help the other one when they are overstepping it a bit.
Of course.
And, it
That
also.
interaction. Oh yeah. Finish.
I want to say that the interaction also like probably like puts like you know it also like puts the idea in my head that probably like Carol like probably like does think a little bit that this attitude of Rudy of the charming this charmer man she probably thinks it's a little bit of cringy. But I can probably also pick to it that she probably also finds it a little bit endearing.
I think Carol probably is like a scary person. I want to imagine that she wasn't as scary or as cold when she was like high school, college age,
Yeah.
but she probably doesn't get a lot of people coming onto her because of how she acts, like with her personality. So having
Plus,
someone to come straight out like that,
yeah.
it's
Plus,
probably a different experience. Hmm.
she is a mayor in a town where the police is very, very ineffective. So I imagine that also puts a lot of pressure on her on being uh on being you know
Effective.
effective. Being the best at her work.
Hmm.
I don't do that. The whole uh the work prophecy that she probably knows about.
Yeah, this is a ship that I like, which I feel is like a contrarian opinion. I see a lot of people not really liking them, but I think that's also because they are only considering the facets that the game shows us.
Yeah.
Because, well, then again, they are having a really hard time, all of them. Almost everyone in this dynamic we have been discussing in this section of the video. But I do see them working, and I do like what they have around. Do I like it more than Asgore and Rudy? I don't know, but I do like it, which I feel like maybe someone will agree with me uh, in the comments. But I don't know. This is one of the more underrated ships, I think.
Yeah. Justice for Carol. Understanding for Carol.
Hmm. But I also maybe a little bit lighter on Carol than a lot of people are. Like I have seen people really satanizing her, and I don't think that she will be as bad as many people are already trying to build up that image.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I mentioned, like I do like tend to lean more of on her defense, on her well, not defense because she does do a lot of like questionable things, but I do go more for understanding why she might be as she this way, in the current time.
Hmm.
But yeah, so
It's
uh,
well, where to put it?
yeah,
Uh,
where to put it? Well, mm, yeah, I want to do that. Yeah, I do think I like Asgore Rudy more, but hmm. It's getting a little bit hard when trying to like run them, because the A tier is starting to like get like considerably big.
we're getting really lenient with the A rank, but I also don't think that it is S rank material
Yeah,
necessarily. I I don't know. I wasn't expecting A rank to be this crowded so far.
there's a lot of good,
Mm.
there's a lot of good interesting relationship in this game.
There's a lot of good things in here. I'll give them that. But I still think A rank is where they should be sticking because
No,
definitely not B. But I don't know. You will say an S is necessary.
I will go for a. I think that's an easy way of going about this. Uh, More than Curly, uh, not really.
I don't know.
Um,
Not really.
I think I don't
Mm,
think I like it more than Carriel, and the other ones that are downhill, I think I like.
yeah,
I don't like that relationship.
but I
Uh,
will admit that I like the Queen and Carol power couple just a little bit more.
yeah,
But that's also me being a big fan of Queen. Like almost anything that she touches in this list is immediately good.
yeah. Everything she touches turns sleek and futuristic. like the touch of, of Miras.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, our first quadruple. Uh,
I I am not sure if that is a word, and if it isn't, we're inventing it right now.
I can look it up. Uh, I mean, it will be a quarter, right? Because triple.
Yeah. Triple is for 3.
Uh, yeah. We can just go with quartet. Quartet. Yeah, yeah. Caro Diagor. Basically, the dreamers, the dreamers and the holidays, which, I mean, it is combined. This one's gonna be a little bit difficult. We talk about each individual member of this relationship. And we do agree that each has their own things that work out, and each has things that really work out. So I think just using basic math, I will say that this ship could function really well.
Yeah, I don't know if it will be a controversial S rank, but this is one that I see like almost no downsides. Like you're taking almost every single good thing about each of these, and
Yeah.
not really equating the bad parts like Carol, not like Asgore and Toriel's difficult relationship, and the same thing with Carol and Rudy. So yeah, I think this like the culmination of everything we have been discussing in the last few ships.
Yeah, in this scenario, we could be thinking the ship on, that is not entirely like taking into consideration the whole Asgore and Toriel like separation. That we argue that
Of course.
that as a marriage they used to work out well, and there's Rudy there to balance out Carol, and like we mentioned with the Carudiel, you have Asgore and Rudy, the peak, and we have everything we say about Carudi. So yeah, I could argue that an S rank could be,
Yeah, I am not sure if like people will agree with me, but I think and this is a deserving S rank also, because like I said, I don't really see a lot of the downsides other than Chris and Noel being extremely confused how this happened. But other than that,
yeah.
I'm really fine with this.
Yeah, the families are already like close enough already.
Yeah, like it makes sense. It just makes sense.
They are already close enough already, and Asgore and Rudy already have like some weirdly homoerotic relationship there.
Yeah, so like I said, it's a natural step. Like it makes sense.
Yeah, it just
That's a great.
it's just good. It's just neat. A nice combination to this whole discussion about the parents.
Yeah, it's a great way to finish off this section.
Yeah, which I wasn't expecting there was gonna be like a section. They wanna have sections for this.
There's going to be a few of them.
Yeah.
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah. And now we finally start talking about the main groupie of the game, the main like the the main Lightners group, the kids, the teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
We start with an not as popular one, but one I do actually quite enjoy myself. Cat Hell, Carry with an IX Noel. Like I feel like I was like one of the people that like talk about the possibility of a Carry in a dark world, just because I really enjoy what the game like sets up with her, as like not part of the main group, Noel, Chris, Susie, Noel, and Burley, but like I do like what the game and the sweepstakes tells us about her and their relationship. And, I really wish that Carrie did ended up having like a more prominent role in the game, but I also can understand why it didn't go that way. But I still can't be sad about it.
I wish that the game followed up with Caddy being more important because at this point the clock is ticking and I don't see when you will be slotting her in. But I do like the small tidbits that Toby has given us so far, and
Yeah,
like with almost any other ship in this list, those small tidbits are almost enough for starting to grow so many ideas. Because I also didn't really think a lot about this ship particularly until I want to say a little bit before chapter 3 and 4, maybe after, and it's one that I think it's understandable why it isn't as popular, but I wish it was a little bit more popular because I think it works super well.
yeah, it's good. Like we know that both Carrie and Noel are friends, and Carrie does like bring out a different side of Noel that we don't see often. Like it's like you know, she like you know as Noel, that she likes like this. She tends to like spooky spooky stuff,
Mysterious things.
spooky
Hmm.
mysterious stuff. Uh a bit more, not as on the cutesy side, and Carrie's all about punk, like punk demons, emo, that black, yada 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 yada
Darkness in
yada,
general.
yeah, and it is cute seeing like the occasional like interaction we have with them, like that, like the time Carrie did like Noel's makeup, that Susie ended up finding really really appealing, or that interaction from the twisted where it mentioned that Carrie had come over to Noel's house, and that Noel had to like use like I think it was like use a hair dryer to like dry her entire like fur. And, it doesn't like they have like a good like close relationship. Not as close as like Carrie. I mean, as Berly and Noel, but it is nice seeing that in someone that can connect to Noel on her interest in like more on this darker grittier stuff.
That's why I really like it because it's also one of those relationships that you don't think it's as strong as it really is at first sight, and maybe it's not as big as you said, like with what Chris and Noel have, or with what Burley and Noel have. Well, it's a really neat dynamic that it means a lot to them, even if they don't really talk about it in the game. Like that small interaction where Susie tells her that they're going to Noel's house later and that she should have come to the church, and Kathy's clearly like a bit moved, like she realizes she kind of screwed up on that part. It's those moments that really count on me. That's when I started to think about changing my opinion on this ship because
Yeah,
I see the vision that many people have
yeah.
in regards to these two.
You end up realizing that the reason why Carrie is so particular on making sure that Susie doesn't come any close to Noel is because she does really care about Noel. She worries
Hmm.
about her. As a friend that probably like the I feel like the big difference that probably Carrie has to Chris and Burley is that uh with Carrie she probably Noel can probably like be more open about how she feel or her thoughts, because Chris they haven't been friends in like years, and barely Burley's barely like it like he always is keeping up his smart boy act, which I mean the only one that she probably can like be fully honest on her feelings and her thoughts is probably Carrie. You know, one that she can be sincere with, and one that could probably like see that and see Susie, with her prejudice towards Susie, and be very insistent that wanting to protect her, wanted for her to be okay.
Because when you start to look at every line of dialogue that Caddy has, you realize that she really treats meanly so many persons. Like she barely speaks about anyone in a good light, and the only one that I think that it's completely honest and sincere about how much she appreciates her is Noelle. Like the way she says that she's like the light in that
Shining
she
in the
must be
dark.
protected. Yeah, the light in the dark. It's a really cute description that she has of her. Like you can tell that even if they are not as close as they wish they were, it's a relationship that she cares about almost as much as they probably she cares about Joaquinton, which I find it interesting. It's it's something that I wish that they show us more. I am interested to see if Kathy has something else to do uh, with Noel in chapter 5,
Yeah, I mean,
and I think they have a chance.
I
Uh-huh.
imagine the festival will have something about her, that yeah, like it is very obvious with Kat that like she tries way too hard to keep up, the whole like, you know, emo like, oh, I hate everything, I hate my family, I hate them, I hate them, I hate them, it's just
Hmm.
a pair like rebellious teen face, like
Yeah.
she's so embarrassed by her family, uh when her family is just like so extremely supportive of her and so like extremely, they are like, the Kattenheimer, like the jolliest, like nicest people in hometown to like an overbearing degree. And you can understand why she will, well, why she will find that like tiring to a certain point. But it also feel like she probably like course correcting like way too much. And you
Yeah,
have,
just like how I think Noel can learn a lot about Kathy. Kathy probably can learn a thing or two about Noel.
yeah, she need, learn to like maybe like relax, relax a little bit with the like the heavy black makeup and all that, and just like I mean, yeah, like you said, just words.
What?
No, no, I'm trying to think what a word she should just be, uh not as, judgy of other people, like she with her family and her and Susie.
Yeah, and outside of the dynamic of the ship, I think that's something that might probably end up happening, which is an interesting consideration for the next two ships. But just staying with this one, I really like it. This is a really fun pairing, even if I understand why this is on the less popular ships.
Yeah,
It is.
it is nice. Also, I should probably also point out, that there is a line of flavor text that where if you use Noel's is an action, right? No, it's Noel's is an action when you act with her.
Hmm.
Yeah, when you use Noel's end action on the task in Cyber World, uh, something you can only do in the real world because tasks don't normally appear in Cyber City, which is where you had Noel, where she mentioned where she mentioned that it mentioned that Noel pets the task, and she mentions it is not so different from petting Carrie. Need I say more?
I didn't remember that one. Now you mentioned, you're totally right. She does say that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
What are you two doing? What are you two doing? Uh huh. Could you elaborate, Noel?
this is probably a call for action for any artist to start drawing more of this.
Yeah, and that goes again on what we talked about before. Noel can help Carrios to open, not be, open up her feelings about her feelings a bit more. Not not have to be like always like this ball of moodiness and like you know broodiness and all that that just you know uh be more open about her feelings.
Hmm. And probably accepting her family too.
Yeah,
So
accepting her family, be willing to like see the other side of Susie, how much she has changed across the game.
Mm-hmm. So,
So
what
what?
tier? Because
I
I already liked it, but
yeah.
I think I ended up liking this more than when I began the video.
Yeah, I
Surprisingly.
really, really like this ship. I don't know where you want to put it, but like, I will argue, I will argue for this ship to go in the S rank. I think
Yeah,
I really like it. There's a lot of nice stuff about it. And
and
Cathy
I don't.
need. I want to say that also like Cathy doesn't have a little bit of the recognition she's been missing.
Yeah, precisely because I I think this is one of the nicer ships, even if I don't see a lot about it. But whenever I see it, I'm happy about it. I'm happy people talk about it. I just don't think it's necessarily T rank material. Like T rank is like top of the top, and
Yeah, we
maybe
haven't had
it's not it.
a Tyran yet. I feel like we're gonna get to probably to one of those soon, but like not yet.
No, not yet. But it's still an S rank, which is really good. Like I don't want people to start like arguing. Oh, you didn't put this in T rank, or you didn't put this in S rank. No, I think S rank is still a top tier achievement,
Yeah.
just not the top top of the list. But now comes the question: do I like it more than any of these ones around here?
Um, I don't think I like I like the idea other than of I like the other dynamic and all that. Maybe a little bit more than the descended holiday dreamer family.
Mm, well, yeah, because I think that Rudy and Asgore are carrying hard the extended family,
Yeah,
which is precisely why I think sandwiching it in between those two is also a good idea.
yeah, ask Rudy and Alpine are some like high level kind of shipping.
Yeah, these ones are going to stay way on top until
Yeah,
the end of the video. I am
it's
smelling
gonna
that.
be hard to knock them down. And
Yeah.
even more so for something to knock them down enough to like go into T rank.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so I think Lila will probably like run this one before the other one. There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Makes
Uh,
sense.
Katsi, Kari and Susie, which like we had the whole thing, this whole like long running thing on the chapters that Kari hates Susie, like really really hates her. Uh, Susie, but Susie seems like she doesn't like particularly any care either way about Katy. Like she's just like very indifferent about her. But like Katy really doesn't like her, and like Susie makes the assumption that it's because like she wants like took Jockington's hat to just see how she will look with it. But like I feel like we made the argument now that it's probably more so likely that that is because she's worried for Noel, because I mean that she probably knows that Noel has an interest in Susie, and she has like all those prejudices about her, and I alongside wishing wishing prior to chapter 3 and 4 that Katy would have been a more prominent like character, kind of like Barley. I was also like hoping or like maybe getting a little bit more elaboration on the relationship between Carrie and Susie. It is an interesting relationship in that Carrie is in a way becoming what she's accusing Susie of being, a bully. You know, she's like she's so like she's so judgy of her, so so with with all her prejudice, she just doesn't believe that Susie can be a good person. Meanwhile, Susie just keeps proving time and time again, how much she has grown, how much she cares about others, how much she worries for others. It's an interesting inverse of of those roles. And we did get a little bit of that in chapter 4, with Susie confronting Carrie, and that and other few times we actually get to see Carrie like emote in relation to that. Which like I really hope like we get a little bit more like a resolution or something like that in chapter 5, about what Carrie's feelings are towards Susie. But until then we have what we have now, which is uh like Carrie really needs to realize how much how much she's ah uh think
Start thinking.
that yeah that Carrie really needs to realize how much she is
She isn't open to talking to considering new people.
yeah
Being,
yeah like
yeah, considered.
what we argue about her parents as well, as that she tends to judge people a lot, and not be willing to change her views.
I I don't think that they have an interesting thing going on in between the chapters. And while I hope that there is a good conclusion to all this, when it comes to them being like a couple, even if I do think that they will sort things out, and if they do, I don't really see them meshing that well as other Cathy ships have. Because I think Cathy has some really good ships around here, but maybe it's again my bias shipping is slipping in, but I don't know if uh, even a more open Cathy to mesh well with Susie, because Susie needs someone who is a bit more light lighter. I don't know how to put it, like more brighter than her probably. Just like how
Yeah,
I think Caddy perhaps works better with someone like that. Like you see it with Chris, who is a prankster. You see it with Jockington, who is, well, Jockington, and Noel, that we just discussed right now.
yeah,
And yeah, maybe they're not personalities. For me, I don't feel like they will work that well. But even if I do think that they could be good friends, and I hope that they are good friends at the end of this.
yeah. I could see that eventually being good friends, but yeah, as a couple, maybe not so much. I think Susie might have like a thing. I mean that out of all the other kids, I mean that Susie probably like could show an interest in like you know uh Carrie's more like punkish, like punky style. But other than
Mhm.
that, maybe not. No friends, maybe, but couple maybe not
And
that much. But maybe
I don't.
maybe
Oh, give me a what?
I haven't had my eyes open to it yet.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like maybe someone can make me reconsider. But I'm not closing myself to the idea. I do think this is not a bad one by
Yeah,
any means. Just not one that I am particularly too much into.
yeah. There's a lot of area here to inject a lot of head cannons into this.
Yeah, just like any ship really.
Yeah, I mean you can do something interesting here. What as it stands now, maybe. Mm, yeah, I would say maybe like around a B
B.
tier, maybe.
Yeah, B, because I don't think that it's necessarily bad. Like, like those in the B rank, I can see myself changing my opinion sometime probably, but not right now.
Yeah, yeah. I think maybe a little bit better than Bracy, because we did argue that there's a lot of things that don't work well in Bracy, but like
Yeah,
I don't think maybe Cass is a little bit better, you know.
I, I think it's a little bit better than Bracy, but just by a little, not that much. But with the other Cathy, mm,
Yeah, I didn't think of the irony that both of these are
the
right
other
next to
one,
each other.
uh, just for that, I think we should leave them there, right there together.
Yeah, Yeah,
thing, I guess.
and like why I moved here to talk about this here. Cat Catalesi, Catty, Noel, and Susie, which I'll be honest, I think this one might work better than Catsy, because now you have now you add Noel into the mix, which I think you know can maybe like balance things out among them a little bit more. Both Susie and Noel, I mean, both Carrie and Susie care a lot about Noel, and I feel like in that scenario they could probably like find a better understanding, a better like common ground among each other. And we know we know Noel how much she likes Susie. Like that's not like we don't have to argue about that. And like Carrie is Carrie will be similar, but like this trip is probably like the best case scenario for Noel in her like particular taste for like this like rougher like ruder women.
Yeah, this is like the best of both worlds. If you're on the fence on either of these two, this is like no contest better than having them separated.
Yeah.
I might prefer their dynamic individually. Like might prefer a little bit more Susel and Cattell individually, but I think like if we have to like compare, this works really good as a middle point.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will agree on that. Yeah, no, we'll talk about Susel when the time comes. But yeah,
And we will talk about it a lot. Be ready because I don't think that's the one I had to the most things to say.
an hour long section on one ship.
Yeah,
But
be mindful of that. But remember how I was saying that I didn't see Caddy and Susie as couple material. I do see it here. Like this is the one scenario where I think that they will be working.
yeah, Noel can make Noel can make Noel can probably like make it work out in with direct intervention or indirectly, but just being there and having like having like Susie and Carrie like come to understand each other.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, so what do we think? I would say maybe like an eight tier maybe. I feel like this one works a little bit better than the other ones in B rank.
Yeah, definitely not a B. So
Hmm.
an A, but then again, using my standard measure of the shadow guys, I do think I like it a little bit more than the 25 shadow guys. But how much do I like it more?
I don't think maybe I like it a little bit more than Alfie and Cariel. Karudi is Karudi is a little bit difficult. I feel like there's a lot of nice stuff about that ship too. And blue screen is a very like it's a very powerful entity.
Yeah, yeah. These are going to be like the middle ground of the A tier, which, like I said, is getting crowded and is going to get even more crowded. So I think I like it a little bit more than Alfiel, but not necessarily more than Cariel. Like right in the middle of those two is where I will personally put it.
Yeah, I can agree on that. There you go. Now A rank is now extended into 2 rows.
Congratulations, A rank.
Yeah. Okay, now we have the one that I probably probably won't be surprised what I have to say about it. Carrie X Bertley, which doesn't even get a funny like ship name.
That says a lot when they don't even bother doing one of these for
Yeah.
For a ship.
Yeah. I and this is gonna be surprising in a weird way, like a mind bending, like multiple mind bending ways. I actually can see this work somehow. Like, I'm mostly
Really?
basing this in like one fan art I saw, uh, where it was like not both like Harry and Barley like really disliking each other. Like they're like so opposites to one another, but like accidentally like end up hanging out with each other, and like for some reason they end up like liking each other, but also not liking each other, but also like not really understanding what they feel like. It's like it's such a weird dynamic of like the nerd and the emo kid. Just I don't know, like this is just completely like nonsensical, like really just like you but most people probably don't even know what fun that I'm talking about, but like I feel like if if you get it, you get it. But if you don't, yeah, that's perfectly understandable because like this is such a random ship.
It's not a crack ship because believe me, there are those in here, but I think it's also one that you don't see. You don't really see it until you start thinking about it, like you just did. Because I came to this list with the idea of not really liking it, and I still don't think it's that good. Maybe I don't see them really tolerating each other. Like I think Caddy probably, if they had to actually interact with Burley, they would probably just be be done with him. But maybe that's like we just said, like that's part of uh
Attractive
the
with the ship.
well that what's attractive about it. What makes it so interesting is that they are polar opposites. Than they might end up to tolerate each other and then like each other.
Yeah,
It's a really interesting relationship that I wish that the game actually uh, made an effort to
well,
explore, because I think that's kind of a problem with the game, that so many of the classmates are separated in their couples, in their pairings, instead of mixing them up. And well, maybe you just made me consider it a lot more than I did 5 minutes ago.
yeah.
And
Is it? Yeah,
I
yeah,
am
yeah.
sure that fan art is going to make me think also. If you have it around here, show it to me later.
Nah, I don't have. I don't have it, and it probably would be impossible to find it at this point. But yeah, it
Yeah.
just it's just that weird thing of like you will never see these two working together, but it and so the idea of them actually like somehow being a couple just becomes like such a fascinating concept that you cannot avoid thinking about it.
I think that's something that kind of happens in high schools in real life. When you're shocked that two people are going out, when you never imagined that possibly happening, but no, it happened. It's a reality. So that that's that's a bit more interesting than I thought. It has a little bit more going on than some of the other ships, and at least I can say something about it. I am not sure. I do like it a little bit more now, but I am not sure if enough for an A rank.
Oh no, yeah, I will also I am just going like I am just going like not sucking up about this. Like I know I'm not making sense here. I know I sound like a madman here, but like I wanted to come. We are here to discuss ships, and to discuss ships we are even like the weird ones.
Yeah, this is one of the better of the weird ones, because like you said, you made me consider something that I hadn't before. That's the good part of the discussion. But like I said, I want Burley to be happy, just almost not win any of these options.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like yeah, I do agree. Like B rank, you know.
Yeah, because compared to what we have down there in C rank, I don't think I dislike it as much as any of the other options.
Yeah, it's so important. It's so something thinking about it now that most of Siran is barely ships.
It's really sad that Burley cannot like mash up with anyone. Like I can imagine him being surprised that everyone else is in a is in a polycule, and except him, because he didn't know.
Yeah, uh, and continuing with my with my metric of like gauging it compared to like Bracy. Maybe I like it. Hmm. Actually, I like it a little bit more than Katzy, you know, just on the complete like shock factor, or like yeah, but somehow it could work.
I'll give it to you because again, I didn't think about it a lot, but you have made me you have my hamster inside my brain start running around. So perhaps you're right.
Yeah,
This probably will grow on me eventually.
yeah, that was that was the objective with all this, the objective of this weird run that I just went to.
I want to see how many people are going to agree on that. Or I don't know. Maybe we have a super fan around here that is going to get to be mad that we didn't get it at first.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably gonna be very happy because we even consider it.
Yeah, this is the good part of the list that they're mixing everyone with everything. So a lot of possibilities.
Yeah. Okay, so we have one that is probably like an easy one to like think about, like or like to pick out. Uh, Cattington, that has a really good ship name. Uh,
Yeah,
Caddy X Jockington, our first Jockington ship. Which like I really like Jockington as a character. In the fact that he's just like a stereotypical like joke boy, but like he's actually like a really nice and chill and cool person that that everyone likes. Uh, uh, but that he's more like just like there for a joke, and that he's also maybe a weird uh a weird creature in disguise. But some people are theorizing about it.
Jokiton is weird. That's that's probably affecting the way I see some of these ships. But
Joggington is weird, and I say that as a fellow snake.
yeah, you know a lot about the topic of snakes, so yeah,
Yeah,
probably good opinion.
yeah. In my opinion on the ship is that I mean, I don't know. Like, it is established that Carrie, for some reason, Carrie and Jokinton are like good friends. Like she like carries him around and stuff like that, hangs around with him. Very unexpected considering their personalities. They're very different personalities, but it's maybe the same thing as how she likes Noel. She probably likes Jokinton for that, for the fact that he's so different. He's so more he's so more like optimistic, a lot more cheery in comparison. Like a nice balance. Nice balance to her. To her way of acting.
Not too dissimilar to what we were saying about Rudy and Carol. Now that I think about it,
Yeah, but compared to like Noel and Carrie, I don't really have like big. I don't really like big on this ship or whatever. It's just like it's there, and it's there. It's nice. It's nice considering thinking about it. The friendship between Carrie and Jokington, but like as a ship, I'm not that interested
I,
about it. I don't think it's that interesting.
I want to say, and it's definitely not the last time I'm going to say it, that I do see them working more as a friend pairing than a romantic pairing, and
Yeah,
that's just me with how I read them during these chapters. Nothing against them being romantically. If they end up together, fine. If they don't end up together, also fine. But I do think that whatever Kathy has going on with Noel is way better than this one. But
yeah,
it's also
more
not really bad.
interesting.
I don't think I don't have nothing against it really.
Yeah, it just it feels like funny. I feel a bit mean to say, but like it feels like vanilla pig. It's like, oh yeah, they tend to hang out a lot. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you consider it a sheep, but like
It
nothing.
makes more yeah, it makes more sense than others. But I also don't think it has a lot going around. But then again, I want to see more of Jockington before I have a definitive opinion on the matter. But right
Yeah,
now, I am pretty neutral about it. I am really neutral about these things.
yeah, yeah. No strong opinion whatsoever, and it seems like we might not be getting much more their relationship as Jockington continues to uh, fall into entropy as his dialogue continues to get more and more unreadable.
Yeah, if it's nothing like serious and it's just a weird joke about his dialogue getting weirder each chapter, I'm going to be laughing a lot.
Yeah, I don't remember. I think I remember seeing one like this one comic about like that of Susie and Chris seeing Jockington, seeing that Jockington finally grew the beer, and then basically just like restraining, like grabbing him, restraining him, and Susie like grabbing a razor to like try and shave off his beard, like you know, to change the prophecy.
That will be hilarious.
Uh,
Hilarious. It's hilariously on character, so I do see it happening.
what was it? What was the joke line that one like wafer prophet said like at 9 o'clock the shadow will grow, the shadow will grow.
Yes.
But I don't know where to rank this ship. Uh, maybe C tier. I don't know. Like I don't dislike it. Just like I don't really care about it. Like I feel like about it like similarly to like per se, but at least here there's something.
If it's going to be C, I think it will be on top of the C tier because it's like I said, it has something, unlike so many others. But it's
Yeah,
really vanilla, like you said. It's not that interesting.
yeah. Pretty not boring ship. Apologies to any Caddington shippers in the I want to say in the chat in the comments.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sorry, people, but not seeing it right now.
yeah. Well, why is this one here? Well, I would have wished to like first talk about these characters separately.
We can leave it for later, I guess.
Yeah, we can leave it here until we get to their section. Uh, yeah. Because the next one will be Glovesay, Glover X Ralsei, which I had seen some stuff about it. It is like in the Clover fight, like when you ask her them about which boys do they like I think they end up like perfectly describing Ralsei in detail. So you have that there that Ralsei is literally that their type, and considering into consideration that if the Dark World was created by the night, and if the night was created, I mean, in the night is this, then this might just literally just be Death's thoughts on Asriel, like leaking into Clover, which would be really funny.
Oh my god, I have had so many thoughts about considering how this is influencing the Dark Worlds, but I never considered that I really need to play Chapter 1 again. But that's
Uh,
a really interesting theory. That's probably better than so many theories that have come around recently.
yeah, the reason why why Clover's type is Ralsei is because of this and her potentially maybe having a thing for Asriel. And you know what? Like compared to the other Clover ship with Rankir, which is like with Kappan, I do see this one maybe working out a little bit more, mostly just because it's Ralsei. Like but he's just like he's chill like that. He goes along well with a lot of people, and like I feel like they might have they can have like a good cute thing with one another. Especially with the irony of like a character that like looks a lot like Asriel and the character that like probably has got their type from this. But also we encounter ourselves in yet again the conundrum that is the existence of Clover as the joke of never being able to agree with anything among the heads. That yet again, the shy head being a lesbian, which just like with Cap, and it throws a big wrench into this.
I think this probably works a lot more than with Cap because Rousey is a naturally more how do I put it, more lovable person. Like everybody likes Rousey. Everybody uh, wants to be Rousey's friend and protect him. And I think that Rousey being more on the feminine side, or rather not afraid of showing more feminine traits, helps it a lot more. I think it probably still throws a wrench in how the one of the Clover heads feels about boys.
Yeah.
But I think that it it works a bit better than what I initially thought. It's just that probably Rousey could do better with different pairings, and I'm sure that Clover can have a better pairing that we're not seeing right now.
Unfortunately, I think that's the only other Clover ship in the list.
Yeah, in this list, but I am sure people can think about something better because I am weirded out by the fact that it's one of the only two in this list.
I mean, I'm with out that there's even Clover ships in the first place. Like
Well,
I unexpectedly.
well, that's like the one minor chapter one character that stands out amongst the sea of everything else.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah. I don't think that
so
I don't think that these that could probably like maybe make a cute couple, but again the issue with Rousey and the shy head, you know. I mean in
yeah,
case or in case you're part of the group that like that support the head canon or like trans Rousey,
hmm
you know like I guess they're for the future, like that could maybe in a way that could actually make this ship work out really well.
hmm
But
it has a bit more potential than some other ships has. So
yeah,
it has that going on at the very least.
yeah. But as of now, I think maybe I'm not sure if I can give it like anything over like the C rank because of the the shy head thing there.
I feel kind of sad that Clover has the two C ranks currently,
Yeah,
but I also
she only has
like you said.
she only
hmm
has two ships, and both have been with none of them can be with another girl, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I said. I am shocked that the only options that the person who made the list were these two. It's interesting,
I mean,
but
not like there's
huh?
any other options there, like other
Yeah,
options to ship
precisely.
Clover with.
Yeah, it's a hard life for Clover, but I will reiterate that out of these two, I don't necessarily hate uh, Globsey. I just think that it doesn't really work out, which is a sad reality. But
Yeah,
well, it will probably stay on top of the C rank
yeah,
whenever we decide to add another one.
yeah. It could work if you were to exclude the last head, which unfortunately you can't. That they're kind of like very attached to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now the next one is no, I know an interesting one. An interesting one. We finally started to talk more about Darner ships. Darner ships that are like more relevant. That are more relevant Darners. You know. We
hmm
have Cyberspace. That has a really really good name for the ship.
That's probably my favorite name so far.
Yeah. We have the King from Chapter One and the Queen from Chapter Two. Which I feel like this is a really easy one to like ship to talk about. The game does imply that they are maybe a couple, maybe were a couple at some point. Potentially when Chris and either Tess or Noel like brought them to the house to play with them. And
hmm
mm, I feel like this can be like a really interesting ship. When talking about Darrens, uh, you have like both are like super like extra, like super intense people. but once like king is it's a lot more like rude, a lot more aggressive, a lot more uh yeah, that a lot more
More straight up like evil.
yeah, evil, or even before that before being locked up in the youth classroom, probably like, still was like a very hot-headed back then. Meanwhile, Queen, she's also like very assertive, but like in a more like comedic, a lot more like light-hearted way. And we do get to see a little bit of how that goes in the game. Like they do like clash one another, like trying to like one up each other, but also like uh, King, I mean Queen still manages to like get that little like more like the softer like the softer the more subdued side of King when she asks him if he wants something from the store and he says cashews, and
It it's probably meant to be obviously a parallel to Asgore and Toriel having a weird relationship after their divorce. But I like how they give me that idea of them still being friends, even if they are not whatever the hell they were before the events of the game. It's a cool dynamic among so many parental figures clashing one another in this game that I
yeah.
really appreciate.
And in terms of a setting, they have to like make a really good, and a really nice pairing. I mean, they are literally designed after one another, and I feel like
They're meant to like complement each other really well
yeah,
by default.
and it's like a nice comparison. Like the queen is a lot more like uh a lot more slim looking, a lot more like you could say maybe like I don't know if athletic, but like a lot more slender, a lot more and she's from a world of he's from a digital world, like a cyber's world,
Hmm.
literally. A lot more techy, a lot more advanced, a lot more uh all about technology. Technology. Meanwhile, King comes from like a more classic medieval style world. He's a lot more like physically strong, a lot larger, a lot bigger, but also like a lot, but like he's saying this. We know Lancer. King is probably very very huggable.
Yeah, and bouncy, like
Yeah,
the bouncy little boy that is the Lancer too.
and I think that she it's cute. Having like these two characters with a very very marked personalities, but also that we see that the queen can like you know they tease each other, they can tease each other, they can get in each other's nerves, mostly queen getting on king's nerves, but like we also see that queen can also like get that softer calmer side of king, which I do think is it's cute.
Yeah, if they had a bit more of interactions in the game, I am sure they will get along really fine.
Yeah, you know
Especially now that King is getting a bit more calmer, like less angry at everything.
yeah, it becomes a more reasonable as the day pass. And I imagine if something's gonna happen, that like something happens in Castletown, I imagine that we'll something more substantial. I imagine that we'll get to see more of King, and in the same vein more of King and Queen.
Hmm.
That the whole dynamic. They clash, they clash, they headbutt all of that. I think Ran implies that when they were playing pretend, it was like uh, they will play pretend that of the king and the queen fighting.
Hmm.
King on Chris's side, queen on her side. But those kind of like cause of pain, that interesting relationship between the king and the queen, that in this like imaginary characters scenario, that they were created to like they were conceptualized as like opposing nations,
Hmm.
rulers fighting against each other, which will explain why they are so like you know why they tend to like play fight. but also has that little little bit of the cute style, like they despite that they end up like gravitating towards each other and like making like a you know make love not war kind of thing.
Yeah, I didn't really see it as enemies to lovers initially, but you can pretty much also apply the same concept here.
Yeah, it feels like a very classic like kind of tropey thing, which though it does tend to go a lot for the darkness. The two like war, the two like leaders of opposing nations that despite that end up falling for each other.
Yeah, it's one of those couples that it just makes sense. Everything clicks around them
Yeah,
eventually.
you know.
And besides, they well, at least Queen in the beginning they started as villains, and I guess there's also a villain couple that I could see working together. Maybe
Yeah,
they had shared like one chapter together. That could have been a fun idea.
yeah. It's it's really easy to just think about a scenario and stuff like that with all of them together. It's like it's very similar to like Asgore and Toriel. They were made. Well, they were literally made to be a couple. But opposing to
Hmm.
Asgore and Toriel, they do work a lot better.
Hmm.
They match they match better. I,
So I guess we agree basically on almost every point on this couple.
yeah, yeah. It's a nice ship. It's not like my favorite, but it just I occasionally see on Twitter like this one art, this one like uh Asian. I guess I don't really know. This one artist that I tend to draw a lot of king and queen, and it's just really cute.
Hmm.
The eccentric queen and like the evil and the bad guy king,
Hmm.
but also that like queen with her like she's very attentive, she's very caring, and that probably and that's she probably and so like I was seeing again bringing out that like more similar to Lancer's side of king, or just being a big round boy.
Yeah, they besides they also get along really well with Lancer, so that's a plus.
Yeah.
Uh, a really cool maternal and paternal figure.
Yeah, that despite the one instance of Keen using Lancer as to threaten the Lightners.
Yeah, we're trying to not remember that part, but yes, precisely.
Uh, maybe one day the game will address that.
Yeah, I hope so. They're taking the time with that one.
Yeah, it does like I mentioned, it does feel like maybe at some point they're putting something up with the king.
Hmm.
It would be nice to see. See the Darners in Castletown have more of a presence with the continue the story beyond their chapters.
Yeah, let's hope we get to see more of these characters because there's another couple of characters that I wouldn't mind seeing a lot more.
Yeah.
Just wait to see what happens next.
So yeah, we both really like this ship, and while I say that it's probably not my favorite Queen ship, uh, it's still a really nice one. It is probably my favorite kingship, kingship for to say that.
I don't know if it's my favorite kinship. I have I have thoughts on some of the other ones that are left,
Hmm.
but I will say that it's also not my favorite queen ship. Definitely, there's a better one coming down the line.
Yeah, they're nice. It's just there are a lot of like a lot more interesting, cooler ones.
There's a lot to pick in this type of content, and that's something I appreciate about
Yeah,
how
a,
many characters just vibe with each other.
yeah, a large buffet of a large selection of various ships.
Yep,
You could maybe call it like a large fleet of ships.
I am not going to comment on that
Ah,
point.
ah. Okay, so
Yeah, let's agree. Hmm.
Bueno, I would say like maybe A rank for Cyber Spain.
Yeah, A rank. Really easy opinion. I don't think it's top of tier ship, but it's really good. So now comes
Hmm.
the difficult part, figuring out where to put it in A rank, because we have a lot of good things in here.
I think I hmm. I don't know if I like it more or less than Cariel. Cariel has its own. No, I think I do like it more than Cariel. Cariel has its own fun stuff there, but I think uh, I think I like Cyber Spain mode more.
Yes, but I think I also like it a bit more than Garudi, just a little bit. But I'm fine with either ranking. I think.
Yeah, I could agree with that. You know, uh, over Karudi, don't know if uh, don't know if don't know if I like it more than Blue Screen.
Nah, that one's still
Yeah,
reigning supreme for now.
yeah, Carol doing the heavy lifting there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're getting into some fun ones. We're getting some interesting one as talking about a character that we literally barely know anything about. Uh, this ex Brady, which
This is probably the most interesting one for me right now because it's one that I caught immediately when I played Chapter 3, what they were trying to imply, and it has been growing a lot more on me.
yeah, like we don't really know what the relationship was between this or Bratty or Carrie, but there is this implication, like you said, from chapter 3 and from the other chapters that uh maybe possibly this has a thing for reptile monsters. Like I think you know because I think from checking in her room in chapter 4 it is kind of implied that she also had an interest in the How to Draw Dragons book, with
Hmm.
the immodestly dressed dragon in the cover,
Hmm.
and that that one of the channels. I don't remember what actually it was. Was it like one of the blog channels was about like that had like reptile singers in bikini or something like that?
Yeah, it was like the MTV version of Deltarune, which yeah makes sense for an MTV version of Deltarune.
Which yeah, that Tena mentions that one particular was a channel that was interested about.
Hmm.
So it is it's interesting. Like with the general consensus people have that test probably was like more of the like the troublemaker, like the rebel kind of character. I do see her maybe getting along a little bit with Brady, but
Hmm.
I'm unsure like that's enough to like have this overlook Bratis all brattiness.
Hmm.
No, I just maybe comparing it to the other like ship with the other like of the like how would you call it like the young adults group of the game. But I feel like there's a separation between like the teenagers, the adults, and then there's like these 20-year-old something characters.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't maybe see this maybe getting along with Bratty a little bit better than you know as with Bratty, but not maybe not that by that much. But I mean, who
It's
knows?
true.
Maybe this interest in reptiles might skew that a little bit.
Yeah, it's not like we know a lot about this in general.
Oh,
You're still recording, or
yeah, I'm still recording.
okay? Where was I? It I think
It got through the entire thing, so you might want to like that
yeah. Uh,
start over.
I think that for a character that hasn't made a physical appearance, possibly. We're still unsure about that part. Uh, but essentially, a character that is just characterized by what others say about her and what they remember about her. I think Toby's doing a fantastic job with this specifically. This little tidbit about liking reptile girls uh, really added a bit of dimension to her that I didn't consider, because I think by that point, noticing that she could have had an interest on Asriel was really obvious. Even that was before Chapter 4 started screaming about that. So having the idea that Des maybe also had an interest in girls really added a lot to her, in my opinion, especially as the uh, mentor-like figure for Chris and Noel. It's obvious that the two kids that are queer in this story were influenced by another queer child. So it's something that I like on paper, even if I still think that there isn't a lot of substance to uh, Bratty and Des specifically in this scenario. But I think for what stands is something that I like, but perhaps not as much as the other ship we are immediately going to talk about.
Yeah. Oh god, it's right there. I didn't realize it's right here.
Yeah, it's creeping over us, like waiting for its turn.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like I said, that, the tip itself, thinking about the character itself is not like that, I'm not, it's not like that big of a deal, like that crazy. But, it does work a little bit better than, than Bracy, which, that's something.
Yeah, definitely. It's winning points for just being more unique to it.
Yeah.
So I am sad if anyone is a fan of this ship, because it's like incredibly overshadowed. I'm really sad about that, but
Yeah.
I still dig it. I don't think it's bad itself. It's just not
It has,
that interesting at the end of the day.
it has nice vibes. I'll give it that.
Yeah, essentially, yes.
Yeah. So where do you think? Like, I was thinking maybe, we said that probably like a little bit more than Bracy, so maybe, B tier.
Yeah, I think B tier is a good one,
I don't,
because
I don't know
I
if,
I I am not crazy about it, but I don't think it's bad.
yeah, I don't know if, uh, like I still like that sort of thing of Carrie X Burley a little bit more. Not sure if I like it more or less than Catsy.
Mm.
I mean, you will, and I'll let you to say which one.
I think Katsi is a bit better because it has a lot more going on in both
Yeah,
ends of those characters. So I will put it down there.
yeah. At the end of the day, like we still don't know anything about this. So yeah,
We are making a lot of assumptions about her, which is something that I would like to discuss more in a little bit. But it's a really interesting character nonetheless. And like I said, this adds a lot more to her than initially I thought.
yeah. Okay, so now, oh boy, we have a big one. We have a strong one that I know a lot of people like. One that it is exists mostly on headcanon because we have not met either of these characters in the game yet. And despite that, it seems like people have a very, very strong idea of how this ship is. We have Desriel. Dun, dun, dun.
This is why I was saying I was going to be a big hypocrite about ships not having a lot to work around, because this one is basically just me filling the gaps everywhere and
Yeah.
making it work by myself.
I guess should explain it as well. Like I mentioned with talking about the SS strategy. A lot of people had there's a like very marked idea of this being this like this kind of like rebel without a cause, like uh, like yeah, I was gonna say a lost kid. That feels topical. Like she's rebellious. She's like
A
she
contrarian,
uh sh-
a punkish girl,
yeah,
and
punk.
probably really tomboyish considering the fashion sense we get
Yeah,
from her closet.
she's punkish. She's punkish. She does give like she probably was like more of the ruder type, you know, similar to Susie, which could explain a little bit why Noel tends to gravitate towards her so much. You know, like rude, but still probably caring, like potentially maybe either hard-headed or like more kindly, and that tends to like flip-flop around depending on who you ask. But like her room does give a very clear image of like someone that pretty much went against a lot of what the rest of the holiday kind of like tend to lean more into the cleaner, like well-behaved type. It is funny when you think about it that there's basically larping the lifestyle of like, oh yeah, my that of like she probably like goes like to like do graffiti in some wall, a wall of a building that is probably owned by her mother, and that she probably wouldn't get in problems with.
Yeah, I think why this ship works, even if we don't have a lot of information on either of these guys, is precisely because of what we know. We know we have a good idea of how this was probably acting when she was still there, and we know how Asriel works. This uh, goody two shoes, upstanding teenager, the choir boy, the
Yeah.
the church boy,
Yeah, the
and
kid that went to confess to sins on behalf of their brother, despite their religion having like the concept of sin.
yeah, a very lovable person. You can see why they are a match made in heaven. They are meant for each other by being so different and precisely attracting each other through their differences. And maybe Des has a little bit of that awkwardness too. Like if she was interested in a book about how to draw dragons, she probably was a bit of a nerd too. We
Yeah,
still
so
don't know that entirely.
she also has that CD of like the religious car in her room that probably was a gift from Asriel to her.
Yeah, like if you were on the fence of whether these guys were like, well, not romantically, but like really really close, the
She
chapter 4 just
she
confirmed that
has
by itself.
she
The
has
retainer.
in a box of mementos Asriel's retainer.
Yeah,
Why would you keep that?
I, I was obviously like emotionally devastated the moment I stepped into the room. But when I read that part of the right there, I was like, oh, they were that close. They were close, and it 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 just brings you to have a feeling for their connection. Like obviously, most characters related to this are hurting, but you know that when you see Asriel, you're going to have that in mind throughout everything, and I'm,
Oh,
I'm really excited to see how he has been dealing with that idea for so long.
yeah, and you start talking about their relationship, and we know that they probably been friends for a very long time. There's probably been the one to like incentivize us to like be you know be more out there, but take more risk, like uh you
Hmm.
know basically not be as much of us, the goody two shoes that they just, go out there and get in some trouble and have some fun. I can imagine us like going both ways, or like uh agreeing to that, and also, and like liking the feeling of freedom that that gave. And I can also see Asriel being like more reluctant to that, but still going through with it. And also coming from coming up the other way, I mean that there's uh you know might have probably like not found maybe a little bit boring, Asriel, like more of Asriel feeling like he will fit right into her family.
Hmm.
But I imagine that's probably like I imagine that Asriel was probably like a charmer in his own way.
He he had enough charisma to like attract at least Kathy and Bratty. So I'm sure that he was also charismatic in a way in that way for this.
Yeah, it's a nice ship. Also having like both of them being the older sibling to to their younger siblings that were also friends, and that both probably like both. I mean, we know from this, but I'm not sure if we know much, but are sure about Asriel, but like we know that both of them like really care about their siblings, their younger siblings, and like really look out for them.
Hmm.
But it's also a nice thing that they both share. Like
Yeah,
there's not much about the ship, but that's like you know there's everyone has like their interpretation, but like they all kind of like end up lining up similarly. You know,
yeah. At the end of the day, we don't have so many concrete things. The ones that we have, I think, are strong enough for making a good case on how good this ship is because it has the advantage of this being a extremely important part of the story. So every little detail we get about her is just adding more feel to this. It already has a solid start, and I think it's something that, as long as like the game doesn't go against it or they confirm it, I think it's just going to be growing stronger and stronger with
yeah,
each chapter.
yeah. It's just a ship that that has really nice vibes. The rock, the rock girl, and the classical music boy.
And it also has the element of tragedy, obviously. Like you, you're hoping that they're going to have a happy ending, but we don't know yet. We still have to see what happens at the end.
Yeah, so like like I mentioned, like there's so much content about this too, and you can find any kind of and like I said, everyone has like their own specific of how they want to pro, portray these two. So you're probably not hurting on different interpretations of which one to find.
And I think that that just proves how much potential this ship has because it has so much art, so much fan fiction, so much everything. You're even you. If you're playing Deltarune, you're already building a version of this story in your mind, even if you don't like the ship that much.
Yeah,
You see why this ship has such a big fandom, and I want to reiterate that this is a ship about two characters that don't even have like a confirmed appearance, like
yeah,
physical appearance.
yeah. Like
So
they had to use a facial design from for Undertale here.
yeah, which is interesting because I'm sure he's going to be looking really similar to Adult Astral, but that's yet to be confirmed. But like I said, at the end of the day, maybe that's also part of the charm about how much you can personally interpret about the ship right now, which is something that I think is going to be reduced the more we learn about them and the
Yeah,
more we start seeing about them because it's obvious that Astral is going to have some sort of role in the game soon. I hope, perhaps. So maybe the feelings about this ship are going to shift a little bit after the story's over, but I don't see it shifting a lot.
yeah,
I think it's one of those ships that surprises me how liked it is, and I don't really have a lot against it. I I guess with everything related to this, we have a lot of gaps to fill in, but I still think that even with that in mind, the things that the game gives us is strong enough to start from there.
yeah. I mean, I would say that for myself, I do really like this ship. Like like you said, like there's a lot of interpretations here there out there, and like I really enjoy them all. People get so it is the fact that there's so much there's so much space open there that people get creative a lot with this ship, and it's just always so fun to see. I don't know how to explain it, but like this ship always like gave me like a night night in the woods vibe, kind of ship, like kind of vibe.
I have yet to play that game. You're like the third person that has recommended me the game, so I'm going to keep that in mind when
It's
I
really
play it.
good. You should play
Night
it.
in the Woods. Yeah, so I have heard. So I have heard.
Yeah, you'll understand immediately what I mean when you play it. Yeah,
I am sure I will.
yeah. It just has like it has like this interest mind, like it's like it's difficult to decide what I want to talk about the ship because like there's so much stuff I can talk about it. So many like possible scenarios you can think about. Like ideas for fics, comics, drawings, all that. Just it's a ship with a really really strong foundation and a lot of different malleable ways to go about it. I really really like it.
Yeah, I will understand why someone might not like it that much precisely because of that, but that's why it's so good for me. How 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 many different routes you can take these two characters in, which is something that I think not many ships in here have. Like we we tend to just close them off to a certain area in different pairings, but this one is really open about how you want to go along with it. And maybe that's not enough for putting it on the highest of the ranks, but I still will appeal that it is. I am on the opinion that this ship is just going to get better and better no matter what happens in the next chapter.
Yeah. So you're not gonna agree with me in putting in T rank, huh?
Oh, you're putting it in T rank? I thought you were not going to put it in T rank, but
I am. I mean, I was going to, like I said, I really, really, really like this ship. Probably
yeah,
one of my favorite ones.
I will understand if for someone you can argue it cannot get in T rank until it gets more concrete. And you know what? I think that's fair. I think that it's a fair expectation that we're going to get more concrete characterization of either of these guys eventually. But like for me right now, it's an easy T rank. It's one of those that I think not almost everyone is liking so far, and I think we're not going to see a lot changing eventually.
Yeah.
So
The vibes are
so,
immaculate.
the vibes are immaculate, and I wish we get more of it in any form way, where it's angst, where it's something cute. But please, anything, Toby. I'm starving right here.
Yeah, I mind that what I warn you guys from it. It's gonna be great because this ship is great.
Yeah, it's one of the old timers of Deltarune. I have to admit.
Yeah, and I feel like again, I feel like my decision putting in tier and also is leans into the fact that I just like this trope. I do like this kind of dynamic of like wow, we talk about the well behaved, the clean, kind of like bottom of sheer kind of guy, and the more like like messy, messy, punkish, tomboyish, rebel kind of character. No,
Yeah,
I,
there is a lot of characters like this, but I think this is the best representation of that trope in here.
yeah, I mean, that we have in Deltarune at least.
Yeah, in Deltarune, I mean, in the current list, I was
Yeah.
referring to.
It is a vibe that I feel like no other ship here in the game has. That I just I just really like it. I just really like it. Whenever I see it, it's just really good. It's just really cute.
Yeah, I don't think it's a controversial opinion to put it in a team rank.
Yeah. Now, hey, our first D rank, which
Yeah, I was imagining this will be the first T rank.
yeah, I don't feel like this probably gonna have to be. I don't know. How long do you think you can keep going today?
I can keep going, but I need to inform you that I am not seeing the screen because you're not sharing it.
What?
If you're going, yeah, you haven't been sharing it. I was just guessing
Why didn't you say anything?
because we started recording, and by the time I noticed, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Ah, there you go.
Thank you.
But I think that you can go on for a little bit.
Yeah, I could go for one or two more.
Yeah, I also can. I have to go clean some stuff before you're going to sleep. But I think I'll also do like one or two.
Okay.
I mean, probably a couple more because I feel like these are gonna go a little bit faster because this one I don't know how to talk about it. We have Friend X Iram, which I mean, you know, like for instance, that we don't really know what you know. I am not the ones that like on what I think Iram is. I am not the ones that thinks that Iran really is just the shadow mantle that is being controlled by Iran. So that kind of like a little bit messes with excuse my opinion on the ship.
I I am on the opinion that Iram is a completely different entity than the Shadow Mantle and that friend. So I guess that immediately makes this ship valid in a way. I don't think the identity of Iram matters so much right now for discussing this ship, but I think I must remark that when I say that we don't know a lot about this and and Astral, I mean the sense that we do know some things, but we are filling the gaps a lot. We basically know nothing of these two guys, like at all, because they're so shrouded in mystery, and that's obviously the point. But it's really hard to make a fair assumption
Yeah,
of how these guys are.
you're alone. You're alone on trying to say something about this one because, like I said already, that I consider this to basically be the same character. So very little I have to add here.
I think the only thing that I can add is that the most concrete thing that we can give these two is that they're obviously evil as hell, like super evil, like top tier
We're like
evil antagonists so far. So
weird
if
demon kind of creatures.
we yeah, exactly. So if I were to give something to these two, other than the fact that they exist, is that they are a villain couple, and again, that is something that I like. I wish I could say more about them, but until we get a bit more characterization from either of these guys, I am not sure really. But just sort of pure vibes of having the evil incarnate in a cat suit, and evil incarnate in a mantle. I think that sounds kind of fun, even if we don't have a lot going on. But yeah, not really a lot to discuss.
Yeah, where do you feel? Well, you might want to put this because I have, you know, Mike has no opinions on this one, so pretty much up to you.
Uh, I don't know because I'm trying to be fair on the sense that there is nothing on them. Uh, I will say that currently either a completely neutral B or straight up a C, but like low C, because like I said, what else can I say other than I like them being evil and I would like them to be evil together unless they're the same character, which we don't know yet.
Yeah,
Because I do have an opinion, that's something,
yeah.
and I don't hate it like the C rankers.
Maybe I would say maybe like a higher C RAM because at least you know at least it doesn't have the same glaring issue as the Clover ships have. At the
Oh
very
yeah,
least.
like I was saying, just how the Clover and Rousey were trying to escape, just barely scratching. C, maybe yes, I think C is fair because well, what else can I say? And it's going to get complicated on the next one even too. So I don't know.
Yeah. So the next one we have here is another friendship. Uh, Shut up, Java. I got a Java notification.
Uh huh.
Uh, yeah, we have another friendship here. Friend Tana, which I just point out that in this tier list it considers Mike as separate from friend. So
Which is
there's
even
that.
which is also really interesting in how we're going to deal with that. But I'll worry about that later.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't really have an opinion on this one because if we were considering friend to be the same as if we were considering that Mike is friend, which a lot of debating there. I could have a lot more to say about it but because this list is having them separate and we are just considering friend as the dark entity, the dark like smiling cat that entity that appears that appears in like the that that we assume is like behind a lot of a lot of the stuff that's happening in the game. I don't really see what could be the connection between it and Tena.
Yeah, like Tenna is a wacky character, but if we're being realistic, I don't think he will be comfortable being with such an evil thing.
Yeah,
Like Spamton is at least different, and Spamton has a lot of character, and in a sort of way, a little bit of redeeming qualities from the evil stuff that he's capable of doing. But well, for one, we don't know anything about Friend other than he is evil, and
maybe.
second, well, maybe possibly, and second, we do know a lot about Tenna, and like just using the other half as a basis, I don't think Tenna matches well with Friend.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
yeah. Again, if we were considering that Friend to be Mike, there would be a lot more to say here. But because
Exactly.
it's not, then I feel like Paragon can just show it here in the no opinion tier.
Yeah, yeah, because I don't know. It could be a cool ship if Friend gets something interesting later, even
Yeah,
if it's not Mike. But right now, it's like whatever, I suppose.
yeah. It could be interesting. We learn more about Friend, but I feel like in particular, I don't see like a connection between it and Tena.
Hmm.
I feel like we probably should rank this one beforehand.
Hmm.
Friend Ton, Friend Expandon, which clarifying again, separate from Mike. Uh, which by separating it from Mike, we only don't think these two have like in relation to one another. Is like both have the same like pink and yellow eyes, and like Spanton is like connected to cats in a way. But other than that, without the mic connections, there's not really much else to connect these two.
Yeah, it the only thing that I could like use as a basis to try and make it more sense is that Spamton, while I don't think he's irredeemably evil, like so many people consider him, I do think that he has like more evil tendencies. Obviously, more than Tenna, who is just kind of a victim playing around the Knight's complot. So there is something over there. Spamton is kind of evil. The friend is evil, possibly. So evil villain couple in a way, but that's about it because again, not a lot to work around other
Yeah,
than he has ears.
yeah, and it can depend a lot on what you think, like because I'm currently a little bit confused exactly what's happening with the whole like when Spanton got the phone call that like canceled like the phone call that ruined his life,
Uh-huh.
and with Tena and Mike that I think an implication that Mike was not the person that contacted Spanton again you know, after he got cut off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you could maybe try to think, to theorize that maybe, if Mike and Fred are separate, then that Mike was the one that was helping Spanton, and then you know, once Mike cut Spanton off, he got contacted by Brent, maybe, but like, that's going into theorizing, and like that's probably way too out of what we can cover here in a ship ranking video.
Yeah, there's a lot to consider, but I don't think unless we have a bit more concrete information, eventually we're not going to go a lot
Yeah,
outside of here.
yeah.
So,
But you're.
mhm.
I'm sorry, friend, but you're not. I mean, at least this list does not consider you to be a Mike. So, along with the other one, you go. And I feel like we can probably
Mhm.
rank this one here too, as well.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing. I don't see Tena in any way in here, and well, Phantom a little bit more, but I I want the new opinion too.
Yeah. Oh, buddy. I feel like this probably want to be our last one for today because oh man, I do have a lot of talk about this one. This one is a one I so much like. Uh, we have Gangster X us. You, me, whoever watching this video, everyone. Gaster X the player, which uh, I can't really say much on like the terms of like talking about the personalities of the characters here because one, we don't really know anything about Gaster's personality other than like having like some high fascination with us, uh, us and how we interact with his little experiment and like
That is assuming that Gaster is the actual voice behind the game. Like he is at this point.
we are not gonna discuss that in
Everyone.
this video.
Yeah, we're not going to discuss it, but assuming he is, that makes him a really interesting character in with the relationship he
Yeah.
has with us.
Yeah, we had to establish this here now. We both consider that Gaster is the voice akin to us in the corner maker and all those moments, right?
Yeah, because if we don't, then we have nothing.
Yeah,
we really
okay,
have nothing
yeah.
else to do.
Yeah, okay, we can agree on that. Okay, so we can continue without problem. And yeah, like I was saying, we don't really have much of Gaster personality side and personality side and player that literally can be anyone. But when we don't having that, we have it. My goodness, some of the fan art I see made of this ship is like so insanely good. Like Renaissance painting style of stuff. Like so impressive.
I have a literal wallpaper in my desktop computer that is literally like a biblical painting of Gaster reaching to the soul.
Yeah, yeah,
That's how much fan art is of this.
yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Well, not this shape, but this relationship.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's like what it's probably like their ship with the most like sauce in terms of like uh you know for fun art and stuff like that, or like for like imagery. You have like this like being this trans-dimensional beings scientists being that like has a fascination for like this this entity from a higher plane of reality, and that he's so entranced by being able to make a connection with it and like being able to observe it and to create a new future with them, and that has a lot of material for like for material for like really good fan art and for really good like shipping style fan art. I remember there was this one fan that I saw that I probably kind of find to put it. I don't think I don't think I can find it to put it in the video, but like it was a fan art of like Gaster and the soul like dancing together. The soul was like a body made of light, and like they were in front of a photorealistic beach, and it's just like it just the fan art of this ship has so much sauce, so much aura.
And consider the fact that it's not baseless at all. Gaster talks really, really, really well about us and our achievements. So even if you can argue that there is hardly a romantic connection, there is a connection in a way, about at least in a one-sided way, because well, it's obviously us. Like,
I mean, it depends.
it depends on how you see it, but Gaster does have some sort of fascination with the things we can achieve together.
Yeah, if
He
you like,
specifically looks for us.
if you like a very like classic style of like mythological kind of thing, or mythological religious kind of thing of love among uh of someone and a higher power, a higher being. I would say that this ship has like a very similar vibe to Build for in a way. The being from another reality, and their muse. You can decide which one is Gaster and which one is us in that rhetoric. It has like that similar vibe, and Build for is factually one of the greatest ships ever. So there's that too.
Yes.
Like I said, what we lack in like concrete stuff about these two, it makes up for in some of the most impressive fan art I've seen.
And it also it also has a really interesting way to characterize Gaster that I didn't consider until I started getting more into the fandom,
Yeah,
like
characterizing
seeing the
his
fan art like you.
yeah, characterizing his interest in the player in more of a devotion, like admiration, like you know, I mean, yeah, like I said, like that kind of something like a more leaning more in like a classic literature kind of like religious vibe.
Mm-hmm.
It just he has it just has so much spice to it.
It has a lot of weight from what our next interaction with the G-Man himself is going to be eventually. Because I'm
Yeah,
really interested in how will he react when we eventually finally reach him, whenever that is.
yeah, yeah. The man gonna still searching for his beloved beam from the heavens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said, yeah. I mean,
And what can I?
we can keep going and going about it, but I feel like I'm repeating my words here, and that it just you know, it has ship that has really good fan art. That it lends itself for some really interesting like imagery and stuff like that.
What can I tell you? I am half of the ship, and I say that Gaster is really dreamy. So there is that.
Yeah, and also the way some people do Agaster, I will also agree.
Yeah. So I think.
I will, you know, I will,
Oh,
I know I feel like I'm a little bit lenient here, but like I would maybe say T rank for this one. Like there's nothing like holding it back. It just everything about it is great. I,
well, you have to consider this is our list. So if we like Gaster being with us, it's no problem.
yeah,
I was going to say this was definitely S rank material, definitely just because of how interesting it is. But yeah, T rank, why not? This is a really interesting idea that I wish it could be developed, because I do see it like an actual thing that could happen uh, to be developed
yeah,
about Gaster's fascination with us going a lot farther than we imagine right now.
yeah.
But then again, it's our list, so who can tell us what
Yeah,
to do?
yeah, it has everything. It has an interesting like idea with it in that the relationship you have these two characters. I mean characters like between these two entities have. And like that allows for like some crazy good fun out there.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
a great ship all around. Uh,
And take into consideration that somehow the time that passes in our real world is similar to the time Gaster experiences. So we have been going for a long time in this thing. So I'm sure he has grown on us. No, backwards. We have grown on him.
yeah. I'm trying to see because I just search on Twitter like Gaster X player to see if I can find the fan art.
I have learned to never do that on Twitter unless I want to find stuff that I didn't want to see at the moment. But
Okay, yeah, like I literally I hate that that switch the thing where uh to share stuff like
I
copy
know,
links.
right? That has been screwing me all the month. Well,
Uh,
not this month, the last month, for days and days.
yeah, yeah, like I just sent like to the Discord chat the one a fan art I just found.
Hmm.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like just like the imagery with relating to the ship is so good.
I am trying to find my wallpaper so you can see it too, because I'm sure I have it somewhere in here. If give me a second, I'll check yours in a minute.
Yeah,
Yes,
trying to find it.
please tell me like I still have it. I can just take a screenshot of that. That works too.
Uh,
Oh, this is that's a really good one. I had never seen that one. Oh my god, that's really good. Whoa, yes, I'm liking what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's funny because the people watching these videos are not gonna be able to totally see them because I would probably have to go and ask permission from the artists of this stuff, and like I don't want to have to deal with that.
Yeah. We're not going to. But you can imagine.
Yeah,
We're
just
watching some really good art.
for the people watching this video, just go into I don't know Tumblr and just search Gaster X Player. I remember that I found a lot of cool stuff like that.
Yeah, that's usually who you find some cool stuff or stuff you don't want to think about. But yeah.
Tumblr really doesn't really allow for that stuff anymore, so they're pretty much
Tumblr
safe.
Yeah, Tumblr is safe. Yeah.
I don't know. No, I feel like this is not really part of the video anymore, so we can probably just end this session right now.
Okay, perfect for me.
Yeah, but I stop recording, but I still want to share the banner. And now with the end of part 1. As mentioned at the beginning, part 2 and the others will release in the following weeks once I have them ready. No specific schedule, so if you want to know when that is, you know what to do. Like, subscribe, yada yada. I'll see you all whenever part 2 happens to continue with this nonsense. That's all, folks.